All right, let's get it. Okay. Okay, so we have some security cam footage here.
All right, we are live and the video is recording. Now, we have got ourselves a pretty wild case on our hands.
Hang on.
But first things first, let's do a quick refresher before we dive
It's a
in.
little loud.
As always, the interviews will be streamed live via the monitor that you're looking at right now. Once the interviews end, you'll be able to access all of the previous recordings on the playback monitor that's to your left.
That should be better.
Now, keep in mind that you will be getting
Let me know if
two
it's still too
different
loud.
camera angles in your feed, camera A and camera B. Feel free to switch between the two as you see fit. And last but not least, don't overlook the evidence available to you in the case files. I'm sure that you'll need to reference those at some point. Okay, so the case. We've got Daniel Murphy, age 49, works as a financial planner. He was shot and killed in his home with a .38 caliber handgun that's registered to him.
Okay, hold on real quick. I actually want to do something so we can take notes here. Awesome. Let's go. Do this.
Now, according to the medical examiner, he died on September 12th. The exact time of death is not able to be determined because the body wasn't found until a few days after. Now, there are a few people of interest in this case. First up is Emma Richardson. She's Daniel's girlfriend who had also been living with him. Prior to Daniel's death, she had reported an incident of physical abuse that resulted in her right elbow being dislocated. The injury is verified. However, Daniel did deny all allegations regarding the abuse. Now, at first, I was ready to remove her as a potential suspect due to the elbow injury, which would obviously make it pretty damn hard for her to fire a weapon. But as it turns out, she is actually left-handed, which means that she absolutely could have pulled that trigger. Now, next up is her ex-husband, Charles Humphreys. There's nothing really notable regarding Charles's past, but he was seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So, needless to say, he is definitely a person of interest. Now, I was also able to bring Charles and Emma's daughter, Rebecca, down to the station today. Now, there's nothing that really points to her being a suspect at this point in time, but she did live with her mom and Daniel, and she was aware of the abuse that her mom had reported. Now, last on our list is Daniel and Emma's neighbor, Janice Burks. Janice served 9 years in prison for killing her husband, who had a very long history of domestic violence. Now, the main reason that I brought her down here today is that she was also seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So yeah, that's two people that were seen entering Daniel's house the day that he was killed. All right, now that is the basic overview. Okay, you can dive in deeper with the case files or some of the security cam footage that we also subpoenaed. That footage is already loaded up for you on the playback monitor. All right, now let's figure out what the hell happened here. All right, I'm gonna bring Emma in here first.
Okay.
Let's see what she has to say. All right, we'll see you in a few.
Okay. So then, we have our suspects there. Does this game need a content warning? I'm gonna put it as a pin anyways. Yes, please. Please, if you could. There could be content not suitable for all viewers. We have Emma, Charles, the daughter, and Janice. Emma is the girlfriend. Charles, I don't fucking remember. Don't know the daughter's name, and Janice is apparently an ex-murderer. Let's take a look at some of the evidence. Okay, that's a bit brutal. Okay. Some playing cards on the table. We got some wine there. Phone's still on the couch. I don't think any of this is going to be useful to us just yet. Okay. Detective Rose is ready to start the interview. Select begin when you're ready.
All right, Emma, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here today is Emma Richardson. So, Emma, can you please go ahead and spell your first and last name for me?
EMMARICHARDSON.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And lastly, I just need you to acknowledge that we've already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, that's also correct.
All right. Thank you, Emma. So, yeah, let's just keep it simple and start with you telling me where you were the day of Daniel's death.
I was staying at a motel.
And which motel would that be?
The Best Stay Motel on the southeast part of town.
Now, is there a reason that you didn't go to work that day?
I wasn't feeling well, so I decided to take a sick day.
And you work at Rose and Davis Financial Services, right?
Yes, I'm a junior account executive.
And Daniel, he works there as well. Is that also correct?
Yes, actually, he's the one who got me the job there.
And the two of you were romantic partners?
Think she did
Is
it,
that
bro?
right?
We
Yeah.
just started.
Now, do you mind,
We're not 30 seconds into her
elaborating a little
freaking
bit more on this
interview,
relationship
bro.
that you two had?
Sure.
Also,
what
welcome
exactly
in,
would you
man.
like to
Thank you
know?
for being here.
Well, I guess we can start with the police report that you had filed on September 10th. Now, based on what I read, it seemed that this relationship that you two had was not that pleasant, was it?
No, but at least not lately anyway.
Now, you claimed that he had grabbed you pretty forcefully, too. I mean, so much so that he dislocated your right elbow. Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't want you to think that was a norm or anything.
So that's not his normal behavior.
No, it wasn't. We had been together for 6 months at least, and
Months?
I moved in with him about a month ago.
Okay.
He had never once laid a finger on me the entire time or shown any warning signs.
So then what exactly happened on that day? I mean, why did he have this sudden change in behavior?
Seems too calm. I don't know.
He was jealous of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was Jason Anderson.
Jason Anderson. All right. And what exactly happened with Jason?
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot and he was pretty funny. So we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I think he had the wrong impression. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he wanted to know if I found Jason attractive. He even accused me of flirting with some guys in the office from before. Honestly, I have no idea what he was talking about.
So has Daniel showed signs of jealousy like this in the past?
No, but I mean, there was never a situation like this before anyway.
Wait, why is he taking notes? I should be taking notes. What's he noting?
Well, when we got home, he
Back
didn't
to work.
seem to calm
No
down at
no
all.
worries, bro. Have a good
We were in the
good rest of your
kitchen at
shift,
the
man.
time, and
Hopefully, if I'll be on later, we'll see you then.
He accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate the situation by leaving, but then he blocked me with his body and backed me into a corner. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to tell him the truth. But what was I supposed to say? I already told him the truth. So then I pushed him off of me. And that's when he yanked me really hard by the arm and threw me to the floor. And it hurt like hell. And then when I was on the ground, he kept yelling and screaming at me over and over. I mean, I can't even remember what he was saying.
Was he drinking that night?
No, the man hardly ever drank at all. I mean, I can't even remember the last time he had a drink.
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was there when this had all happened. Is that right?
Yes, she was upstairs in her room at the time, and she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. I mean, she asked me what happened, and I told her we had been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I had accidentally fallen.
So why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital. On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was, and he just kept apologizing over and over. He said he didn't know what got into him.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Really?
It was a one-time thing. It was completely out of character.
Mm.
I didn't know what got into him. So yes, I did believe him.
All right. And what happened after that?
Well, he took me to the hospital and we checked in, and that's when I learned that my elbow was dislocated. Then Daniel left and Rebecca came to stay with me overnight. And then the next morning I had time to clear my mind, and I told Rebecca exactly what happened.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges with the police, but honestly, I was hesitant. I didn't want it to turn into a big thing.
But this was a big thing, was it not?
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, it was a big enough deal.
Why
that
is
you
she's
felt
doing the
need to
neck
file
thing?
a police report,
Why is she
right?
doing that's sus?
But that was Rebecca's idea. So, but yes, I was released from the hospital. We stopped and got some pain medication for my arm. And then we went to the police and filed a report. Then we went to the motel, I checked in, and Rebecca left to stay with her dad.
And her dad, that's Charles, right?
Yes, Charles.
So was Charles aware of the assault that had happened?
Yes, I told him that night.
Was anyone else besides Charles and your daughter Rebecca aware of the assault?
And the only other person was my neighbor, Janice. She must have heard the screaming because she texted to see if everything was okay. I wrote her back that same night and told her exactly what happened.
Now, are you and your neighbor really close? Because, and this could just be a me thing, but that seems kind of a strange thing to tell a neighbor.
Sure, somewhat, I guess. I mean, we look out for each other, as neighbors are supposed to.
Now, I'm wondering, do you think that maybe one of those three would have a reason to kill Daniel? I mean, considering they now know how abusive he can be, I mean, maybe that was enough to push them over, the limit to maybe take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely not.
But what about you? Was that enough of a reason for you to kill Daniel? Maybe make sure that he never lays a finger on you again?
Absolutely not, no. Like I said, it was a one-time thing. It wasn't that severe.
Wasn't that severe? Emma, I'm staring at you and you have a dislocated elbow. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that is pretty damn severe.
Look, the guy got jealous, okay? I mean, he'd been under a lot of pressure at work and he was in a shitty mood. He made a really poor decision that he immediately regretted. Is it okay that he hurt my arm? Of course not. But we can't change the past. And I do believe he was truly sorry.
Okay? Fair enough.
Okay.
So Emma, is there anything else that you feel that I should know about this whole situation?
None that I
She's
can think
doing it again. She did it again.
All right. We're going to take a little break. Just ask that you just hang here for a bit, okay?
of. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so what did we learn, guys? That was Emma, the girlfriend's. Hello? Martin Ruiz is calling me.
All right, you saw the interview. You think she's being completely honest?
No,
I really can't say for sure.
absolutely not.
What I want to know from you is if you think she's telling the truth about how severe the abuse was. And I'm talking both physical and verbal. That's a major piece of this whole thing. Whether she's being honest or not will give us a decent idea on how to move forward with this investigation. So let's make sure we really judge this correctly. The right approach should get her to open up a bit more. I'll trust your judgment with that. You tell me, and that's how I'll proceed with her. No rush. Look over whatever you need to and call me back. All right, talk soon.
Is there any notes like laid out for? Oh. We have some text messages. Might be of use later. Basically, what we learned is that Emma, the girlfriend of the victim, was at a motel when this shit happened. They'd been together for 6 months. There was some type of jealousy involved with some coworker named Jason. Claims that the victim was a sober individual, no alcohol. Claims that it was not a physically abusive relationship, but during this one instance, he yanked her to the ground and dislocated her elbow. She made claims that it was the daughter's idea to file the police report. And apparently she's close to the neighbor, Janice, who is an ex-murderer. Well, not even ex-murderer, previous murderer. And apparently they're very close. Do I think she's telling the abuse? No, I don't.
Hey. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. It definitely feels like she's downplaying the abuse.
Yep.
The question is why. I'll push her on that.
Yep.
Let's see if we can squeeze more out of her.
Sounds good.
All right, give me a second. We'll get things back up and running.
You got it, Martin.
This is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I gotta say, I don't think that you were telling me the whole truth. I don't.
About what?
Well, about your relationship with Daniel, but more importantly, about the abuse you experienced, Emma. I mean, look, you have a dislocated elbow. The guy put you in the hospital, and for what? Because he was jealous? Come on, Emma. You know that is not normal behavior. It's not. All right, that is pretty damn severe. Now, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is why are you covering for this guy? Why are you downplaying everything that happened to you? Look, Emma, it is okay. Right? It is okay to talk to me. It is okay
it's fine.
to tell me the truth. In fact, that is the easiest thing to do right now. So please, Emma, just tell me the truth.
Okay. It was severe, okay? It was very severe. You know, I thought I knew him. I was falling for him. I thought he was perfect. But looking back, I can see that the signs were there all along. I was just blinded by wanting to move on and find a new partner. But, when he showed his true colors, not only did he hurt me, but he threatened to kill me and my daughter at gunpoint. Okay? At goddamn gunpoint.
Wait, I'm sorry. When did that happen?
The day after I got out of the hospital, I think it was a Monday.
Okay, can you tell me exactly what happened?
I stopped by the house that afternoon to pick up some of my stuff. I knew he'd be at work, so it was a good time to go. I was there maybe 5 minutes, and that's when he showed up. I was in the middle of packing, and he could clearly see that I was leaving. This must have really pissed him off, because he immediately went to the bedroom closet and grabbed a gun. I mean, I was in shock.
That's
I
heavy.
didn't even know he had a gun.
Didn't know. Did not know.
And then he threw me on the ground and pressed the gun really hard against my forehead. He kept yelling that the police were questioning him at work. Apparently, after I filed the reports, some cops were questioning people. They even questioned some of my neighbors, including Janice.
Yeah.
Apparently, the higher-ups at work were really alarmed by all this because they put him on immediate leave until this all got sorted out. That's why he got home early that day. This must have been really embarrassing for him because he was really angry. He kept yelling that Rebecca and I needed to recant our story and to tell the cops that he never hurt me. I mean, he kept saying that he was acting in self-defense and that I pushed him. He was literally trying to make it seem like it was my fault. And then he made it a point to tell me that he was in control of my life. My job, my home, everything. And that he could take that away anytime he wanted. So then he told me that if we didn't tell the police his version of what happened, that he wouldn't think twice about putting a bullet in each of our heads.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
So Emma, why did you lie to me?
Because I thought you would see this as a clear motive for killing him, that's why.
I don't believe
And-
her.
I get that. But why in the situation that happened, why not in that moment? Why didn't you immediately go to the police? I mean, heck, you could have even filed a restraining order against him, Emma.
Because they didn't do shit the first time, that's why. I had already told them that he had physically assaulted me. I was literally in the hospital because of him. But did they protect me? Huh? Did they? I can answer that. Who are you, detective? No, they didn't protect me. In fact, that son of a bitch threatened to kill me even after I went to them. So no, I didn't think it mattered. So don't get me
See
started.
how she's looking
about
away?
a
She's going
restraining
like,
order. You think a restraining order, some just like little piece
lies.
of paper, would stop someone like him? Someone who had threatened to kill me? Give me a break.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. So tell me what happened after he had threatened you.
He left. And I immediately gathered all my stuff.
Yo, Haz, welcome in. How are you? We're currently trying to figure out who is the murderer.
Now there is
in this
there's
case.
a flaw here though.
I've got some notes.
Right? I mean, there should be
If you need any, catch up.
security cam footage of Daniel coming in the house and leaving the house, right? During that time. I mean, we have footage of you, and we got footage of you and Janice, but we literally have absolutely no footage of Daniel during that time at all.
That's because he came in through the back.
I do that in everyday conversations. It doesn't always mean.
It was like he was.
It doesn't
trying to
always.
catch me off
Doesn't
guard or
always,
something.
but just picking up on little context clues.
And I'm going to assume that because you guys don't have a security camera in the back, then that means there's no record whatsoever of him coming in or out of the house. Does that sound right?
Correct.
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Now, I'm also wondering, do you know why there would be no security cam footage from September 9th? I mean, the entire day, there's no footage. Now, that's the day that he assaulted you for the first time. Do you know why there would be no footage on that day?
I don't know. Maybe he deleted it.
That could be a valid,
That is certainly a possibility.
definitely a possibility. But wouldn't we be able to recover deleted footage?
All right.
Honestly, in today's age.
Look, Emma, assuming that everything you told me is the truth, right? I want you to know that everything, and I mean everything that has happened to you, none of that is your fault.
I know.
Good. And there
He's
is
trying
help
to win her over.
Emma, all right,
Trying to get on her
there's,
good side, make her feel
shelters
comfortable, make her feel safe.
that I can connect you with if you don't want to stay at that motel. There are people that you can talk to. All right, we've got a lot of resources, Emma. All right, you do not have to go this alone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Emma, let's give you a break, okay?
Okay.
I like how he's just like casually like looks over. Alright, he's probably gonna call us in a second if I had to take a guess. Can we watch any of this here? Oh.
Well, that was a lot. If she's telling the truth, Daniel's got some pretty serious issues. It is weird that he would go through the back, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible, but considering how in the moment he probably was, it does strike me as odd. I don't know. There's a lot to process here.
Yeah.
All right, we got to keep these interviews going. Let's see what
Yeah.
more we can uncover here.
I
I got her
agree.
ex-husband, Charles, up next. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
Oh, that's okay, so he's the ex-husband. Can I turn Yes, turn that off. Oh. Okay, well that actually works a lot better. Okay, so then.
Bye.
He just said that was the ex-husband, Charles. Let me go ahead and make note of that real quick. Ex-husband. Okay. Detective Reeves is ready to start the interview. Select begin when you're ready.
All right, Charles, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621.
Guy
And
seems
with me
calm
here
and
is
collected.
Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, we'll just start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
Okay. CHARLES,
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, if you can please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let's just start with you telling me, why were you seen entering Daniel's house the day of his death?
Well, I was doing a favor for Emma, right? I went there to pick up some items that she had forgotten, right? She didn't want to enter that house again, so I went there for her.
And what sort of items were you picking up?
It was like some clothing and other personal items, right? I didn't sort through the bag, so I'm not 100% sure what may have been in it.
So you said bag. So you were there to pick up a bag of hers, is that right?
Correct, right. She put it by the front door in the entryway. I walked in, I grabbed the bag, and I left.
And Charles, you're a realtor, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Filter.
So that means you get to pretty much set your own hours, right?
To an extent, sure.
Now, you didn't have any appointments or any meetings that morning?
That is correct.
So, did you see Daniel when you went inside the house?
No, I didn't. I didn't see his car in the driveway either, so I just assumed he wasn't home. But look, I didn't even go in the house. I just went in the entryway, I grabbed Emma's bag, and I left. That's it.
Now, are you aware that Daniel had been killed on that day and that his body was found inside that house?
I'm aware of it now, but at the time, no. I wasn't aware of it at the time.
So what do you know about Daniel's death?
I know that he was apparently shot and killed. I'm also aware it possibly could have been a suicide, that he took his own life.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that he took his own life?
Certainly seems like a possibility, yeah.
So how well did you actually know Daniel?
Not well at all. I mean, I mostly knew about him through Rebecca. Right? I only personally met him a few times. A few times that I did meet him in person, I mean, he seemed like a pretty cool guy, right? He was friendly and upbeat, you know, just a good all-around guy. It wasn't until much later that I learned about him abusing Emma. Needless to say, that changed my opinion of him real quick.
Yeah, I could imagine. So tell me about Emma. What is your relationship like with Emma?
Emma and I are on pretty good terms, all things considered. Right? Like, we were married for almost 20 years. You know, we had Rebecca. Everything was going really well. But, I mean, slowly things just didn't work out like we had hoped. So we got divorced about 2 years ago. I mean, it wasn't an ugly divorce or anything like that. But we both agreed that it wasn't working out. So we decided to call it quits. Right? And here we are.
So do you still stay in touch with her?
It's not like we're best friends or anything like that, but we have a daughter together. So, yeah, we are in touch from time to time.
And do you still care for her?
Not in a romantic way, no, but as a person and the mother of my child, yes, I absolutely do care about her.
So would you be willing to do anything for her?
What, like murder?
Yes, Charles, like murder.
No, of course not. Like, I would be willing to do almost anything for her because I still care about her. The murder, no, absolutely not.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel when you went inside that house?
No, of course not. Look, I told you I didn't even see the guy, but if I did, I'm not going to kill him.
So what about Emma? You
Guys
think that
seems
maybe Emma
too good to be
killed
true.
Daniel? I mean, she's got more reasons to kill him than anyone else.
No, Emma didn't kill Daniel. That's ridiculous.
And how can you be so sure about that?
Because she's not a killer. She's like the sweetest person I know.
Well, what if she maybe hired someone or got some help? You don't think that that's possible?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Well, look, Charles, the reality is that somebody killed Daniel, okay? That is a fact. Now, we know that Emma has been on the receiving end of his abuse. All right? Now, that has got to be scary as hell for her. Okay, now, Charles, I'm not saying that Emma killed Daniel, okay? But, Charles, we at least have to entertain the idea that maybe she wanted him dead. Now, I don't think that that's far-fetched at all. Hell, Charles, I have seen people killed for far less. All right? So you don't think that Emma maybe just wanted him dead? You don't think that that's possible?
Look, I have no doubts that she wanted this man out of her life. That's obvious. But to think Emma would wish death upon him or anybody else for that matter? No, I don't believe that. I do not believe that she wanted him dead. No.
You really don't?
No, I really don't.
Seems to be sticking up for Emma a lot.
All right, Charles, we're going to take a short break, all right? Just ask that you sit here for a bit and I'll be right back, all right?
Yeah, no worries.
Shit.
All right, we got to hear his take on things. Now, the main thing I'm questioning at the moment is whether or not Emma is capable of either committing this murder or getting someone else to do it. She really does seem like the person that has the most to gain from Daniel's death. But her ex, he doesn't seem to think that she has that in her. I don't know. You think Charles is telling the truth? You think he really believes that Emma is incapable of going through with murder? Does he really believe that she had absolutely nothing to do with this? Again, we got to be careful with how we judge this. Pushing him in the wrong direction may not get us the info we need. I want to know what you think. I'll proceed based on that. So just give me a call when you know, and we'll go from there. All right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Bye.
you got it, Martin. Charles really believed Emma has nothing to do with the murder. Well, let's watch some security camera footage here.
Hey, asshole! You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off
please
me.
do I know what you did to Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit! I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you
Whatever,
understand me?
man.
No, whatever! I will hit you! You got that? I will fucking hit you! You want to hit somebody? Hit me! Come on, hit me! That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay, we have that. What's this one?
Emma? I've been really worried about you.
That must be Janice.
Are you alright?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure? Did something now just happen?
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, what else do we have? That must be the daughter. She's realizing that her mom is gone. She had a key the whole time. Seems really frantic to get inside. That was the next day at 9 a.m. Wait. Is that the daughter? Or is that Janice? Is that Janice? I think that might be Janice. That was on the 12th. This is Charles. Wait, did he not need a key? He didn't get a key. This is at 9:30 a.m. on the 12th. He can't find a key. He doesn't know where it's at. But the door's unlocked. Interesting. And then what? He went out the back door? Nope, he left. Didn't get to see him when he left. Hold on. He's leaving. There he's leaving with the bag. I want to pause it when so I can see what's inside the bag, maybe. Come on. Kind of hard to tell. It looks like maybe clothes. I don't know. Oh, this isn't. This is good. This is good notes. Wow. Gunshot wound in the abdomen, and they're saying it's a homicide. Okay, and so this is good information. Let me read this real quick for you guys. This is the crime narrative. On the afternoon of Friday, September the 15th, at approximately 3:17 p.m., officers entered the victim's home after a concerned coworker tried and failed to reach the victim via phone and text messages for several days, which means probably on like the 12th, which was the day that we just watched. The front door to the home was found unlocked. The rear patio door was found partially open. The victim was found deceased in the master bedroom. It's definitely not unaliving if it's a shot to the stomach, right? Yeah, no. Nobody in their right mind is going to do that in their stomach. Nobody. There were signs of possible struggle. The victim's toxicology report revealed extremely high levels of alcohol consumption, which is crazy because Emma claims he was sober at the time, which is consistent with the victim was shot with a .38 caliber handgun, which was found in the victim's right hand. No usable fingerprints were found on the handgun. Based on the autopsy report and the crime scene investigation, it appears that the cause of death was shooting by a third party. This is the domestic incident report that the mom, Emma, made, and she made this because she claims that her daughter told her to. On the evening of September 9th at approximately 9:20 p.m., Emma Richardson claims that Daniel Murphy physically assaulted her after the two engaged in a verbal argument. Claim is that Daniel Murphy physically cornered Emma Richardson in the kitchen and refused to let her leave. In an attempt to escape the situation, Emma Richardson claims that she pushed Daniel Murphy away from her. In return, Daniel Murphy grabbed Emma Richardson and forcefully threw her to the ground. This ended in the domestic incident. Emma Richardson was then promptly escorted to Fisham County Medical Center. There were no eyewitnesses. However, Emma Richardson's daughter, Rebecca Humphreys, claims that she heard the argument from her upstairs bedroom. And that was on the 10th. Okay. Good. Does Charles really believe Emma has nothing to do with the murder? I'm going to say that's tough. I mean, any paperwork? This is text messages from the 9th of September to the 11th of September. This is Sydney to Rebecca. Okay, is there any text messages between Rebecca and, Emma and Charles? Emma to Daniel. Harry to Daniel. Emma to Janice. This is Emma to Charles. Can you meet me and Rebecca at the Best Stay Motel? Charles. Sure, I can be there in about 30 minutes. I still can't believe this shit happened. So sorry this happened. Emma to Charles. Thanks, Charles. See you at the motel. Charles. Okay. Emma to Charles on the 11th, next day. I really need to see you. Can you be at the motel in about an hour? Charles. Yeah, of course. I'm wrapping up a showing now. Timing is perfect. See you soon. Thank you. Just wanted to know I'm thinking of you, sending lots of love. Okay, that's Janice. Charles to Emma. Are you going to be at the motel later? Emma. Yeah. Why? Charles. Need to talk to you. Emma. Okay, stop by whenever. Charles. Sounds good. I'll be there around 6. Emma. Thumbs up. Okay. Does Charles really believe Emma has nothing to do with the murder? I'm going to say no.
Hey. Okay, so you don't believe him, huh? You think he believes Emma's capable of being connected to this somehow? All right. Let's test that theory. I'll get the interview back up. Talk to you later.
Okay. I really feel like he might be the killer.
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, I'm going to be very straightforward with you, okay? I do not believe you.
You don't believe what exactly?
Well, I don't believe that you really feel that there is no way that Emma could be connected to this murder. Now, given the facts that we currently have, that certainly seems to be the most logical thing. Now, surely you have to agree with that.
No, I don't have to agree. In fact, I don't agree at all.
Charles, can we cut through the bullshit? Now, if you can put your personal feelings aside, you have to be able to see how Emma's participation is at least something that we should be looking into.
Look, detective, I don't know how much more I can keep saying the same thing. I told you what I think. There's nothing more I could possibly say.
So that's it.
That's it. I do not believe Emma had anything to do with this.
All right, well, Charles, we'll give you a break for now and get someone else in here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that didn't really get us anywhere.
No, it didn't.
All right. I'm going to bring in Emma's neighbor, Janice, next.
Yeah, I really want to
Let's
hear
see
from
what she has
Janice,
to say.
actually.
Hopefully we'll get some more insight as to what actually happened. All right, let me go get her. Hang tight.
Okay. Janice feels like a wild card to me. I mean, she literally killed her husband like 12 years before this, right? Or like 20 years or however long. She's capable of doing something. Now, did she assist? Possibly. Did she do it? Possibly. I don't know. Let's find out more about Janice.
All right, Janice, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621, and with me here today is Janice Burks. So, Janice, let's please start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
JANICEBURKES.
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to that recording?
Yes, sir. I do consent.
And lastly, please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, sir. We've already gone over my rights.
Well, thank you, Janice. So let's just start with a little bit of context here now. You live next door to Daniel Murphy and his girlfriend, Emma Richardson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And about how long have you lived at that residence?
Oh, I've lived there about 1.5 years, sir.
And prior to that, you had spent some time in prison. Is that right?
Yes, sir, 9 years.
And that was for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mind telling me what happened?
Well, it's not a very complicated story. My husband at the time was very violent, very physical with me, and it had been going on a lot longer than I care to admit. One night, he beat me up pretty bad. Seemed like he was never going to stop. So, I stopped him. That's it.
And how is life treating you these days?
I can't complain, sir. I'm alive. I'm healthy. I got a steady job. Just trying to live life right. God's been good to me.
That's good. That's real good. So what is it that you do for work?
I work collections. I call people who owe money on behalf of various different companies.
And you do this from home?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Now, I don't mean to be rude or judgmental or anything like that, but I'm curious, how is it that you landed in that particular neighborhood? Because it seems like it would be a bit too pricey for someone with a job such as yours. Now, that is assuming that you do live alone.
Oh, yes, sir, I do live alone. That house belonged to my mother. She bought it about 20 years ago. She paid it off early. And when she died about 10 months ago, she left it to me.
Well, thank you for that explanation. That certainly makes sense. Now, I am curious, how well did you know Daniel and Emma?
Oh, I know Emma pretty well. Daniel, not so much. When I moved in about 1.5 years ago, Daniel had already been living there. They're pretty good neighbors. They're quiet. They stick to themselves. No parties or anything like that. I can't remember them ever having anyone over, in fact. Rebecca, their daughter, lives with them. She's pretty quiet too. She sticks to herself. But honestly, in general, the whole neighborhood's pretty quiet, so they're no exception.
So why is it that you got to know Emma more than Daniel?
Well, it seems like Daniel works very long hours, but Emma works 9 to 5, so I see her from time to time when I went on my usual walks, and we'd stop and chat for a bit. She was one of the few people in the neighborhood who didn't look at me funny, you know? I mean, it's a small town, word gets around fast, and I'm pretty sure most of my neighbors knew about my past. They were scared, they kept their distance, but Emma, she treated me like a normal person, and I really appreciated that. And I always felt like I should kind of look out for her too, I guess.
Now, what about Charles? What do you know about him?
Well, who's Charles?
So Charles, that's Charles Humphreys. That is Emma's ex-husband.
Oh, that's right. I don't know much about him. I didn't ever meet him, and I don't remember Emma ever really talking about him. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about him.
So, given your relationship with Emma, I am assuming that you have a good explanation as to why you were seen entering and leaving their house the day that Daniel was killed.
Oh, yes, I do. the mail carrier had accidentally left some of their mail in my mailbox that day. We've had some trouble with porch pirates recently, so I thought I should just take it over. I didn't want to leave it on their doorstep or anything, so Emma had told me about the spare key to use in case of emergencies or whatever, so I just used the spare key. I opened the door, I dropped the mail off in the entryway, and I left.
Full-face lie.
Now, was Daniel home?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I mean, his car wasn't in the driveway. That's where he usually parks it. And I didn't see him in the house either.
Now, Janice, are you aware that Daniel had been shot and killed and that his body was found in that house?
Yes, officer. I was aware of that. The whole neighborhood was aware of that.
And so you didn't see him or his dead body when you went into that house to drop off that mail?
Oh, no. I mean, like I said, I just went in, dropped the mail off in the entryway, and then I left.
Janice, did you really go into that house to drop off mail?
Yes, officer, I really went into that house to drop off mail.
All right. Well, look, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. I ask that you just sit here for a second. I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Right. Right. Let's see now. Is this the... Yep. Let me talk to Martin.
Okay, we met the neighbor.
Yep.
I'm curious to know what you think about this Janice lady. You buy that story that she entered the house to drop off some mail? Let me know if you think she's lying,
I will.
and I'll continue based on that.
I will.
All right.
Thank
Talk
you.
soon.
Yep. Is it the video or is it the next one? Next one. This one here. No mail in her hand. Looks for a key. She enters the building at... Enters the building at 8:59 and 30 seconds. Exits the building 40 seconds later. She was really frantic for some mail. Kind of looked like she took something too. Did she take something? I didn't even catch that. She definitely took the key from under the pot. Did she take anything? Like she's kind of like almost like hiding her pockets. Interesting. No. I do not.
Hey.
Yeah, she
So
pulled
you
her
don't
shirt
buy
down.
that
Yeah.
story, huh?
Hell no.
Well, me neither. It's a bit too perfect.
Right?
And after reviewing that security footage again, her actions don't seem to match up at all.
Nope. Or don't.
Let's see if we can find out the real reason she entered that house.
Yeah.
I'll get the interviews back up in just a few.
Yep. Okay.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. Now, Janice, according to you, the mail carrier had dropped off their mail at your mailbox by accident, right? And then you, I guess being the good Samaritan that you are, decided to bypass these potential porch pirates. So you then took that mail and you brought it directly into their home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Janice, what kind of mail was this?
If I remember correctly, it was just a few envelopes, I believe.
So just a few envelopes. So why the urgency to drop off just a few envelopes? You couldn't wait until they got home?
I guess I could have, I didn't really give it that much thought. I just saw that I had their mail and I thought I'd bring it over to them, that's all.
Janice, you
Yeah.
are lying to me.
Yeah, you are.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean that there is absolutely nothing that supports your statement whatsoever. Look, you having their mail is no reason to go inside of their home. You could have simply just held on to their mail, Janice. And please don't tell me that you were concerned with porch pirates, because porch pirates are looking for packages, okay? Things that have actual value. They're not just looking for regular mail.
True.
Now, Janice, if you're going to lie to me, come up with something like I don't know, like there was a check in the mail or something like that, because then it would be a little bit more believable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
What do you say about that, Janice?
Janice, you are still on probation. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think that lying to a detective who is trying to solve a murder case, do you think that is going to be helpful? Look, Janice, that is considered obstruction of justice, okay? Now, you are not a stupid person, okay? You're not. So we are going to try this again. Why were you seen entering their house the day that Daniel was killed?
Go ahead.
All right.
This is going to be big.
I heard a gunshot. I rushed over there to see if everything was okay. And when I entered the home, I looked around. That's when I saw Daniel lying there dead in the bedroom.
Wow.
I didn't know
Wow.
what to think, so I panicked and I just left.
So, Janice, why did you lie about that?
Come on, sir. I went to prison for 9 years for killing my abusive husband. Then I'm seen leaving and entering a home where a man is killed, a man who is known to have physically abused his girlfriend. How do you think that looks?
Well, not very good, to be honest.
Not very good at all.
All right, so
Hmm.
just to make sure that I get this right, so you heard a gunshot, you go enter the house, you see Daniel and he's dead, and you lie to protect yourself. Is that basically it?
Yeah, that's it.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel?
I did not kill Daniel.
So Daniel was already killed when you had entered that house?
Yes,
Really?
And Janice, why should I believe you?
because it's the truth.
The truth.
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
All right, we are going to put a pause on this for now, okay, Janice?
I believe her. I do believe that she found him murdered. I don't think that she could have set him up. I don't know why she would lie
Well,
about that either.
that interview certainly adds a new dimension to this whole thing. That is, of course, if Janice is being honest about finding Daniel dead. I honestly don't know. At this point, who knows?
Hmm.
All right, I'm going to bring in Rebecca Humphreys, Emma and Charles's kid. Let's see if she can shed any more light on this case. All right, let me
Yeah,
go get her.
I'd love to hear from
We'll be back up
from
in
the
just
daughter.
a sec.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, these are text messages from Rebecca to Charles. So the daughter who we're about to interview, Charles. Rebecca, hey Dad, can I stay with you tonight? This is on the 10th, 2 days before the murder. Charles, yeah, of course. Did something happen? Becca, yeah, I'm at the hospital with Mom. I'll call you if she gets released. Should be soon. Charles, hospital, what happened? Becca, I'll call you soon. I'll tell you what's going on. Charles, okay, I can talk whenever. Becca, Art. We're heading to the pharmacy and then to the police to file a report. Charles. Good. Thanks for being there for your mom. Love you, kiddo. Love you too, Dad. Can you meet me and Rebecca at the Best Day Motel? Sure, I can be there in 30 minutes. Sorry this happened. Nothing really here that I can see. Cool. Okay, let's get the interview going.
All right, Rebecca, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here today is Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, can you please spell your first and last name for me?
Yeah, first name is Rebecca. Last name Humphreys, Humphies.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you consent to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, just acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I am.
All right, Rebecca. Let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
Yeah, so that day I was over at my dad's house.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day, so I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
So you didn't go to work that day either?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wanted to focus on my paper.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and please be honest, okay? Please. Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder?
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not asking you if they killed him, just if they may have possibly had some involvement. Now, based on the history, you don't think that that's possible?
No, absolutely not. Like, no, I know my parents. It's not possible.
Okay. So how long have you been living with Daniel and your mom?
We officially moved in like about a month ago or so, but my mom had practically been like living over there like 3 or 4 months before that.
And you were aware that there had been some domestic issues during that time between Daniel and your mom, correct?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Well, first off, I want to like make sure that you know that the domestic issues, as you put it, weren't happening the whole time that I've been living there. It was kind of all recent, actually.
Sure. Gotcha.
Mm.
So yeah, please continue.
So, like, it's pretty straightforward, but I want to say like about a week and a half ago, I was in my room reading, and I heard some screaming and yelling and banging, and I went down to the kitchen, and I found my mom on the floor crying, and she was just obviously like in a lot of pain. And she was grabbing her right arm, and just her and Daniel had gotten into some sort of an argument, and he pushed her to the ground like pretty damn hard.
So did you see him push her to the ground?
No, I didn't, but it was pretty obvious that that's what had happened.
Now, is this the only incident that you were aware of?
As far as I know, yeah. That's as
Interesting.
far as I'm aware.
Okay. That's good information.
Now, this incident landed your mom in the hospital. I mean, she has a dislocated elbow.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I know.
You don't think that maybe your mom would want to seek some sort of revenge?
No, my mom wouldn't seek revenge. Like, you do know that she's the one who filed the police report, right?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay,
Said
so
it
why
was your
would
idea.
she file a police report if she was planning on killing him? Like, she wanted the police to get involved. That's literally the whole reason why she went to the police in the first place. She wanted them to deal with it.
All right, well, then what about your dad?
What about him?
Well, it seems that he and your mom are still on pretty decent terms. I mean, all things considered.
Yeah.
It seems
yeah.
that he still cares for her.
Mhm.
You don't think that maybe he acted out of a need to protect her?
No, absolutely not.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know my dad, like, that's not even close to the kind of person that he is. Like, he's not a murderer. Like, I don't even, like, I can't believe I even have to, like, say that to you.
Look, Rebecca,
It's a valid.
I know that this can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know that, but we have to think logically, right?
Mm.
Now, try to put your personal feelings aside as best as you can, all right?
Mhm.
Now, do you really believe that your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder?
No, my parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder. There's no way.
All right, fair enough. So look, we're going to take a short break, all right? Just going to ask that you sit here, and I'll be back in just a few, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. All right. I mean, seems pretty believable.
All right, so there's still a lot to unpack here.
Yeah.
But the main thing I really want to know right now is if you think she really believes her parents had nothing to do with Daniel's death.
Do I really
mean,
think that?
I know they're her parents and all, but the motivation is pretty easy to spot, especially when it comes to her mom.
Was it her
I
right
just
arm?
can't
It was
tell
her
if she's
right
being
arm.
honest
Why do you ask?
Or if she's blowing smoke up our ass.
Did I miss something? Did she say
Look
left?
it over and tell me what your read is on her. Let me know if you think she really believes they had nothing to do with it. We'll go from there. All right. Bye.
Did she say it was the left arm?
I mean, yeah, I did. But I had a very important. First off, I want to like make sure that you know that the domestic issues is.
Oh yes, it is the right arm. Does Rebecca really believe her parents had nothing to do with the murder? I think that she really believes that.
Hey. So you think she's being sincere?
Yeah, I do.
I can see that. She does seem to believe her parents weren't involved. Now, whether they were or not, that's a whole other story. All right, let me get back in there. Bye.
Hey.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, I do believe that you think your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder, okay? I do believe that.
Mm.
But look, we still cannot ignore the facts, okay? We can't. Now, are you aware that your dad was seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day of the murder?
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that fact. No.
Yeah, the whole thing was caught on security cam.
Mm-hmm.
So now with this new information, does that change your perspective at all?
No, not at all. I mean, if my dad was seen entering the house that day, then I'm sure he has a perfectly good reason for it, but
Right.
murder's definitely not the reason. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be.
All right, so Rebecca, look, so if your parents were not involved and you were at your dad's house the whole day, then you tell me, what is your theory on what happened to Daniel?
Look, I don't know. I don't know, okay? I really don't. What I do know is that Daniel wasn't this perfect guy that everybody seems to think that he was. I mean, he like had two personalities. Sure, everybody saw the clean-cut business guy, but behind closed doors, it was a completely different story.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, he was mentally unstable, okay? Like, he could be a real piece of shit, especially when he was drinking. Probably got really drunk, got all depressed, and then just shot himself. I mean, I could see that happening. Have you guys ever considered that maybe nobody actually killed Daniel?
Yes, Rebecca, of course we've considered that. We've considered all possibilities.
Okay, then, like, I really don't know what to tell you, because that's all I can think of. I don't know.
So there's nothing else that you feel that I should know?
No, not that I can think of, no.
All right, well then let's take a break. All right, you can step out of here for now, okay?
Do I think it's her? She's definitely a suspect. Do I think it's her? I don't know yet. It's weird that she wasn't at school. She wasn't at work.
All right, we've heard from everyone that we brought here today. There's still lots of things that aren't adding up or that simply don't make any sense at all.
I know they all are,
And,
but
most
it's
importantly,
too early
we
to
still
tell.
don't know exactly what happened to Daniel.
Correct.
I think it's time we turned up the heat.
Okay.
Start poking some holes.
Oh,
I'm going to get Emma back in here first for another round.
I think it's a good idea.
Let's see what we can squeeze out of her.
Yeah, we need to
I'll
hear
be
more
back
from
in the
her.
interview room with her in just a sec.
Yep.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to watch the day that Emma left again. This is on the 11th. This is the day before the murder?
I'm really worried about you.
I think,
Are you
or
leaving him?
not necessarily. It could be the day of. She's completely out of breath.
Are you all right?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure it's okay now? Just have
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
Left the suitcase? That was at 1:15 on the 11th. The murder could have happened on the 11th. And then this is the next day. That's the 12th. And this is the 12th as well. And there's no way that Charles didn't see the body. There's no way. Yes, everybody make sure that you hydrate.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts on the day of Daniel's murder. And just to be clear, you were at the Best Day Motel the entire day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't leave at all, not even to get food or anything like that?
Actually, I did leave the motel that morning. It was quick though. I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel. I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then how was it that you got your dinner that day?
Charles stopped by that evening to bring me dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yes, it was.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6-ish.
Around 6-ish. Now, did Charles bring you anything else?
Like what?
Like anything besides the dinner itself?
I don't think so.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm going to assume that if I were to stop by that diner and talk to some of the folks there, that someone who was working that morning would be able to verify that you were indeed there getting your breakfast around 7 a.m. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning, and let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening. Is there anyone else that can account for your time, say between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day?
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
All right, so just to make sure that I have this clear, you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
I believe so, has.
So see,
I
based on
believe
what
so.
I have so far, it seems to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked
Corroborated.
together. You know,
Could've been.
I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, because Emma, the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the same day that he was killed.
But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, neither of them would do something like that.
Emma, how
Well.
can you be so sure of that?
Well, in
Somebody
Janice's
did.
case, she had no reason to do such a thing. She hardly even knew Daniel.
Right,
Good friend of
but
yours,
she
though.
knows you.
Yeah. Looked after
She knows
you.
what you've been through.
Was a
I am sure that
protector,
Janice can empathize
almost.
with you. You don't think so?
Janice is on probation. She's been through a really difficult and unfortunate situation.
sure.
She
Sure.
served her time and she has a good life now.
Yeah.
You think she would screw all that up for some guy she hardly knows? Or
Maybe
For
for
me,
her
her
only
neighbor?
friend. Maybe
Honestly, I don't know.
maybe she
Well,
thought
she
she could
wouldn't.
get away with it.
All right, well, then what about Charles? Because he was also seen entering Daniel's house that day.
About Charles.
And we have already established that you are clearly someone important enough in his life to look out for. I mean, maybe he was, trying to care for you. Maybe, protect you.
Charles is not a killer. Does he care for me? Yes, and I care for him too. We've known each other for a really long time,
Hmm.
but it's just not in his character to do something like that. He would never
Yeah.
kill someone or even think about doing something like that for that matter.
Well, he
It's
did
just
say
not
that
who
he
he
would
is.
end him. We have that on film.
All right, Emma, give me a second, okay? I will be right back.
We'll be right back. We'll be right back. I'm going to refer to this first video of Charles. Yes, Martin.
Well, I don't think this is adding up at all.
No.
I feel like we must have some evidence that contradicts her statement. Can you look over everything and see if you can find a clear contradiction? That'll add a lot more weight when I go back in there. Give me a call when you got something. Thanks.
Press tab to open your inventory and select the contradictory evidence. Ah, find one piece of contradictory evidence. What is this evidence? Did I see this picture? The back door's open as well. That is very big information that I missed. There's a beer on the table. What do we want to say the contradictory evidence is? I mean, I would assume it was probably, fuck, I don't know. Just looking over some of the text messages. Oh, wait. On the 9th, Sydney to Rebecca said, "Hey, any chance you can check your notes from yesterday's psych class? I totally spaced and forgot we had class." That's Rebecca's friend. Rebecca said, yeah, you can check my notes. I'll email them later today. And then Sydney said, thanks, you fucking rock. But that was on the 9th. That wasn't on the day of the murder. So I don't think that's contradictory. Anything else here? I'm just going to read over these quickly because it's quite a bit. This is messages from Harry to Daniel. I don't know who that is, so we're not going to look at that yet. Janice to Emma. On the 9th, I heard some pretty bad banging noises coming from your house. Sorry for getting back so late. Yeah, we had an argument. He threw me to the ground, hurt me pretty bad, at the hospital now. What? Oh my God, want me to come to the hospital? She had a Amazon delivery on the... She made a delivery on the 10th, Janice. And then she had a delivery on the 13th. I'm glad you put notes on the stream because I already forgot who everyone is. See? Guys, I knew we were going to need notes. It was mandatory. It's definitely helpful, of course. Shit, it's helping me out too. I don't know what I want to say the contradictory evidence is. I mean, I guess the only thing... The most recent interview. That was a short interview, so let's just quickly...
All right, this is a
I hate to watch it again, but I
continuation
don't
with Emma
know.
Richardson.
I just don't know.
Now,
What could
Emma,
be contradictory?
I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts.
Though, I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel.
Okay.
I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then how is it that you got your dinner that day?
Charles stopped by that evening to bring me dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yes, it was.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6.
6. Yep.
Around 6-ish.
He didn't bring anything else.
Now, did Charles bring you anything else?
Like what?
Like anything besides the dinner itself?
I don't think
I think the time is going to
you're
be
sure about
important. The time is going to be
Yes,
important
I'm sure.
for a contradictory statement.
All right, so I'm going to assume that if I were to stop by that diner and talk to some of the folks there, that someone who was working that morning would be able to verify that you were indeed there getting your breakfast around 7 a.m. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning, and let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening.
That's a good
Is there
question, Fox, and we
anyone
will
else
answer that
can account
shortly.
for your time, say between the hours of 7:30 a.m.
And also the
6
text
p.m.
messages.
that day?
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
Real
All right.
quick. So we're about halfway through. We can come back to it if we need to. He was on camera. This is at 9:30 in the morning. So it's not, I don't think we can use that as contradictory evidence. Because it doesn't conflict with what she's saying. What could conflict with what she's saying is... I mean, so these text messages actually actually align with what she's saying, because there's a text message from Charles to Emma on the 12th at 10:24 a.m., which was shortly after he left the house, saying, "Sounds good, I'll be there around 6." However, at 10:23 a.m., day of the murder, Charles says, "Are you going to be at the motel later?" Emma, "Yeah, why?" Charles, "Need to talk to you." Emma, "Okay, stop by whenever." "Sounds good, I'll be there around 6. So that doesn't conflict with what is going on. Trying to make sure there's nothing else. I just don't know. Did he come at 6? I think he texted her 2 p.m.-ish that day. No, I think it was at 10, like right at the time. He texted her at 10:30. That's all the text messages that I have. What was Charles's story about going to the house? Carl, did he say it in his interview?
All right, Charles.
Some items that you've forgotten, right?
Here we go.
Yes,
Here we go.
I did.
And lastly, if you can please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this.
Items that you've forgotten, right? She didn't want to enter that house again, so I went there for her.
And what sort of items were you picking up?
It was like some clothing and other personal items, right? I didn't sort through the bag, so I'm not 100% sure what may have been in it.
So you said bag. So you were there to pick up a bag of hers, is that right?
Correct, right. She put it by the front door in the entryway. I walked in, I grabbed the bag, and I left.
Is that right, Charles? Because I particularly remember you being there for about a minute and a half. You entered the building at 9:27:38. 9:27:38. It's been a minute. It's been 2 minutes. It's been 3 minutes. And a total of about 3.5 minutes. Actually, a little over 3 and almost 4 minutes in that house. And also, if he was sent to the house, you'd think that he would know, they would have given him information. Oh, the key's like under the potted plant. Although, however, Janice did take the key, which was weird. Janice is a wild card. But I think that could be the contradictory in the most recent interview, though. It's not contradictory to this
All right.
interview.
This
I don't
is
think. Let's go about halfway through because that's where we stopped. I don't think it contradicts with this interview specifically.
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
Wait, let's repeat
So,
that.
yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning. And let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening. Is there anyone else that can account for your time, say, between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m.?
Is there anyone else that
day?
she texted that day?
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
Maybe
All right,
Janice.
so just to make sure that I have this clear, you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
So see, based on what I have so far,
That is
it
true, I
seems
believe.
to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked together. I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, because Emma, the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house.
Here's my theory. My theory, Janice, this is at, hold on, this is big. This is at 9 a.m. on the 12th. She says she walked in and saw his dead body, correct? 9:30 a.m. on the 12th, he comes over. My theory, we're on the same track here, Fox. I think, hold on. Do we think that Janice could have possibly killed him? So why wouldn't he answer the door? Why wouldn't Daniel answer the door? I think Emma killed him the day before. I think Emma killed him the day that she left with the suitcase. She was panicking. She was out of breath. She was in there. Hold on. I wanted to see how long she was in there. I mean, she's only in there. This has been 10 seconds. 20 seconds. "30 seconds. She was in there for 35 to 40 seconds. Do we really think that she could have committed murder in 35 to 40 seconds? And we didn't hear a bang come, like we didn't hear a bang on the security cam. We would have heard it. We would have heard it. There's got to be something in here that we're missing. We need text messages from the 12th. The 12th is a big day. Daniel did text Harry on the 11th. This is messages from, I'm assuming would be a coworker named Harry. He's the one that found reported Daniel missing to the police. Harry to Daniel. Everything prepped for tonight's dinner meeting. Anderson account would be huge for us. Yep, worked all the figures out yesterday. Emma printed out a full presentation and sorted the materials. We're good. Harry, thumbs up. Hey man, how'd it go? This is the night of the 9th. Don't leave me hanging, bro. How'd the dinner go? Next day in the morning. Sorry I didn't get back to you last night. The meeting went well. I'll fill you in on Monday. Harry, that's it? You're not gonna give me any details? The suspense is killing me. Daniel, it's easier to discuss in person. Just know it went well. We should be able to close this deal soon. Daniel, are you at the hospital? To Emma. Daniel to Emma. Are you at the hospital? Did you get my text earlier? Are you at the hospital? I'm really sorry. Can you please answer your phone or at least answer my text? Harry. Emma never replied. Harry, can I stop by your office in 10 minutes? I want to know how the Anderson meeting went. Daniel, sure, I'm here. Harry, cool, see you in a few. And that was the last text message Daniel sent. That was on the 11th at 9:18 a.m. The last text message that Daniel sent was at 9:18 a.m. on the 11th. That was the day. Hold on. 9:18. And this is 1:15. on the 11th. 1:15 on the 11th. Interesting. Interesting that that's Daniel's last time anybody ever heard of him from him. But yes, let's continue. We need, I think Janice and or Charles tampered with the evidence to help Emma. I do too. I do too. They both went in to try to clean it up. We need contradictory evidence from the 12th. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing like anything like sticking out that would contradict with it. But let's continue. We need to finish this interview to make sure that there was nothing at the end that we forgot.
Time, say between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day.
No, I don't think so.
There's no one at all.
No one I can think of.
All right, so just to make sure that I have this clear, you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
So see, based on what I have so far, it seems to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked together. You know, I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, because Emma, the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the same day that he was killed.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Why not?
I mean, neither of them would do something like that.
I mean, that's...
Emma, how can you be so sure of that?
Well, in Janice's case, she had no reason to do such a thing. She hardly even knew Daniel.
Right.
Right. But she knows you. And she knows what you've been through.
Mm-hmm.
I am sure that Janice can empathize with you. You don't think so?
Janice is on probation. She's been through a really difficult and unfortunate situation. She served her time and she has a good life now. You think she would screw all that up for some guy she hardly knows? Or for me, her neighbor?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, she wouldn't.
All right, well then what about Charles? Because he was also seen entering.
But if Daniel was killed the day before, why would Janice run into the house? That's a good question. And we need to see if there's like a text message. No, it wouldn't have been a text message. He wouldn't have texted like, hey, yo, Eli, welcome in. We're currently trying to solve a murder. There are some notes in the top right corner if you want to try and put some of the pieces together. But yeah, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for stopping in. But yeah, I don't know why she was in such a hurry to run into the house, other than the fact that she was just like maybe in a panic and she was like trying to she was just frantic, you know.
Entering Daniel's house that day. And we have already established that you are clearly someone important enough in his life to look out for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe he was, trying to care for you. Maybe, protect you.
Charles is not a killer. Does he care for me? Yes, and I care for him too. We've known each other for a really long time. But it's just not in his character.
So just a little bit of Janice is the neighbor. She actually committed murder like years before this. Killed her husband, who was also an abusive husband. So that's what the victim here, this is Emma, is claiming that her husband, Daniel, was an abuser. There's a lot to it. It's a lot.
To do something like that. He would never kill someone or even think about doing something like that, for that matter. It's just not who he is.
All right, Emma, give me a second, okay? I will be right back.
Don't see anything that contradicts sticks with it though, man. Like the pictures, no, they don't. When did we're just gonna have to pick something, guys. We're probably gonna get it wrong. She came into the house. By the way, it was 8:59 a.m. on the 12th. I want to see if there's text messages on the 12th. There's no text messages on the 12th. He would never think about something like that. Cue video of him threatening. Yeah, yeah. He would never think about doing something like that. Charles would never do that. Charles wouldn't lay a finger on anybody.
Hey, asshole. You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off me.
I know what you did, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you
Whatever,
understand me?
man.
No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
See what a great guy Charles is. Maybe that's our contradictory evidence. Maybe that's what we should say. Statements made by Charles Humphrey. Huh? Or the home security camera recording number 1. Huh? Maybe that's what we're looking for. I don't want to pick the wrong one, but I think at this point we're just gonna have to pick something. There's nothing contradictory in that. There's nothing contradictory in that. And there's nothing contradictory really in this either. I don't know, guys. I think we're just gonna have to. We're just gonna submit this video. We got it right. That was it.
Hello? Yes, that's it. Kinda hard to argue that Charles isn't capable of murder, or at least thinking about it when you have him on video literally threatening to kill someone. That is good stuff. Alright, let me show her this and see what sort of explanation she has. This is good. Thanks. Alright, let me get back in there. Hang tight.
Yeah, you got it. Good job, guys. Good fucking job. Good fucking job, crew. Can I get a what was that one you posted? What was the group one that you posted earlier? Notes, group notes or some shit.
All right, this is another continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, you had told me earlier, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you said something along the lines of Charles not being capable of committing murder or even thinking about it.
Meeting.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I want you to do me a favor
Whoops. Oh, sorry. Whoops.
and turn your attention to the TV here. I want you to take a look at this.
Hey, asshole. You like to hit women, huh? Oh, no, get your hands off me. I know what you did, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. You understand me? No, whatever. I will hit you.
Watching you like a hawk, Emma. No.
So what do you think now?
Sorry. Covered the notes. Sorry.
I know how it looks, but surely you can see he's not being literal.
Streamception. Sorry, guys.
Yes, he's angry and obviously trying to scare the shit out of Daniel. But to think he literally meant what he said, it's absolutely ludicrous.
Is it really?
It's a figure of speech. Obviously, Charles is not a murderer.
Seems like a
I am
great guy.
showing you clear proof right here that Charles threatened to kill Daniel. Now that absolutely makes him a suspect, and it shows clear intent. Now, I hear you when you say that you think Charles isn't a murderer. But Emma, what actual proof do you have that Charles did not kill Daniel? And I mean real proof, not just your thoughts and feelings.
I don't have any actual proof.
There you go. That right there is the problem. All right, that is a big problem that I need to get to the bottom of.
Get her, Martin.
So look, we are going to put a pause on this for now because I absolutely do need to speak to Charles again.
That ain't how the law works.
Okay.
Ma'am. Go ahead, Emma. Go ahead, Martin. Do the thing.
All right. I think we're making some progress here. Time will tell. You did a good job finding the right evidence.
Thank you.
So now, let's see what Charles has to say. I'm going to get him back in here. I'll talk to you in a few.
I'd love to play good cop, bad cop. Just me and Martin.
All right, this is another
Charles.
continuation with Charles Humphreys. So Charles, I want to revisit your relationship with Daniel.
Yeah, I'd really love to
but
revisit
like you told
that.
me before, there wasn't much of a relationship. I only met the guy a few times.
So when
need
was the
film,
last
too.
time that you saw him?
Probably a few months ago, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, yeah. You saw him a few months ago.
So you didn't see him on September 11th?
You didn't see him,
Oh, yeah,
see him on
that's right.
9/11?
Yeah, I do remember.
Oh, yeah.
I saw
Oh,
him.
yeah.
That's right. I'm sorry, I forgot.
I saw him the day before the murder.
See, Charles,
How
I
could I
don't
forget
know
that?
how you could forget that.
What do you mean?
Well, Charles, we have security cam video that shows you violently threatening him.
How could I have forgotten
In fact,
that?
Charles, we can take a look at that right now.
You don't need to show me that.
Well, Charles, I just want to refresh your memory, okay? Seeing as though that you forgot. So
Yeah.
please, indulge me, okay? Take a look.
Yeah. Yeah, please. Why don't you indulge us in this classic interaction with you and the murder victim? Why are you smiling, Charles? I see a smirk on you. I see that smirk on you. You're laughing?
I know what you told you, but I don't lay a finger on her. Oh, shut up and cut this shit. I know you did. We already got to get off kid. I will fucking kill you. You understand? No, whatever.
So, Charles, is it coming back to you now?
Yeah.
Charles,
How could
you
you
are
have
seen
forgotten
here
that?
threatening Daniel's life, all right? Now, that is pretty damn serious, especially considering the fact that the man whose life that you threatened, well, he was found killed the very next day.
Mm-hmm. Crazy how that
I know how it
happens.
looks, but I swear that was just an empty threat. I didn't mean
Oh, you're free to go.
it. But I was pissed, man.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
laid
yeah.
hands on Emma, and I wanted him to know that I wasn't going to put up with that shit, period.
Mm.
So, you had no intentions of actually following through with that threat.
No, I wasn't actually going to kill him. But yeah, if he hurt Emma again, I would have probably went there and kicked his ass. But no, I wasn't actually going to kill him.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk about your other visit to Daniel's house, okay? The next day,
Let's
the
talk
day
about
that
that.
he was actually killed.
How about that?
Sure. What more do you want to know?
Well, you went there to gather some of Emma's
I mean, you were in there for
personal belongings
4.5
based on her
minutes.
request, right?
Yes, that's right.
And I'm assuming that you were able to get everything that you were sent there to get. Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when did you actually bring these items to Emma?
Yeah.
Later that night.
At the motel.
Yes, at the motel.
Time.
And you had also brought her dinner as well that evening. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, Charles, when you were actually inside of Daniel's house gathering these items, how long would you say that you were in there for?
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. Maybe a minute at the most.
Really? Oh, a minute?
At most?
Mm.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I just went into the house and grabbed a bag that was right at the entryway and then left.
Oh.
So you had no reason to look around the house at all?
No, not at all.
All right, Charles. Well, let me process this, okay,
Yeah.
for a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll take a short break, and I will be right back, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to process this just for a sec. Yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
there are definitely some holes in this guy's story. I'm going to need you to find some concrete proof. Let's nail this guy hard, all right?
Already on it.
Let me know what you
I'm
can find.
already on it, Martin.
Thanks.
Light years ahead of you. Oh, 2 pieces. 2 pieces from the most recent interview. Interesting. You know what? I bet it's one of the pictures. Huh. Okay. I mean, the statements that he made and the video evidence are contradictory, correct? Is that what it's asking? I'm assuming, unless I'm missing something. The thing was in the. It was in the bedroom, right? It doesn't say. I mean, I assume that's what it's asking. It's saying these two contradict. Let's just go with that. No? I thought she said she didn't get anything else from him. She said that. She said that he only brought dinner. We don't have any physical evidence showing that he actually brought her anything else because that was way later in the day. And the text messages are right after he left. And they're saying, this is at... So at 10:23 a.m., he says, "Are you going to be at the motel later?" This is at 9:30. So an hour after, he's texting Emma asking if she's going to be at the hotel later. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that contradicts, right? Or is there? Am I missing something? We know obviously that is one of them. Could it be? Maybe it's the text messages? No. Is it a picture? Got it. It was what she said. Oh, they asked the
Hey.
daughter to meet at the hotel.
There it is. There it is. Fantastic work. Good eye. Yes, he is clearly in the house for way longer than just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. Emma stated that he only brought her food the night of Daniel's death.
Yeah.
She made it pretty clear that he didn't bring her anything else. So why would he go through the trouble of getting her personal items and then not actually give them to her.
Yeah.
That makes no sense at all. All right, let's get the show back up and running. We need answers. Talk
Good
soon.
job.
Bye.
Good job, guys. We need fucking answers. We need them right now. We need them right now. You got some
All right,
fucking
this
explaining
is
to do,
a
bud.
continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want you to take a look at this footage right here.
You got some
okay?
fucking explaining to do.
What am I looking for exactly?
Well, you can clearly see that that's you at the front of Daniel's house, correct?
Yes, I can see that.
So can you look up there and tell me what is the date?
It's September 12th.
Right, and the time? What does that say?
9:27.
a.m.
Yep.
So 9:27 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now let's fast forward through this. We'll jump to about right about here. All right. Now, can we agree that this is you leaving Daniel's house that same morning?
Yes, it is.
So again, can you look up there and tell me the time? What does it say now?
It's 9:31 a.m.
So
Mhm.
9:31
Yeah.
a.m.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
see, Charles, you told me that you were in Daniel's house for no more than 1 minute.
Yeah.
And now I'm showing you the security cam video that shows that you were in there for about 3 to 4 minutes. Now, Charles, I can't understand why it would take 3 to 4 minutes to simply go inside of the house, grab a bag that's right there in the entryway, and then leave.
Yeah. Why don't you riddle me that?
So, Charles, can we cut
Charles?
the bullshit?
Go ahead,
All right,
Charles.
why did you go inside this house? And more importantly, what were you doing in this house? And this time, Charles, please, do not lie to me.
Look, I don't know if you're aware, but Daniel threatened Emma at gunpoint the day before.
Oh,
he
yeah.
died.
Didn't
Now,
know that.
obviously, this guy was unstable, but I didn't know he had a gun in the house.
So how did you find out about the gun?
Emma told me, and I was afraid Daniel was going to flip out again.
You're
Actually,
avoiding
use
the
gun to
question
hurt
that I
him.
asked
So
you,
I
Charles.
decided to go over to the house and see if he was there. But when I got there, his car wasn't in the driveway. So I thought I could go in the house and find the gun and take it from him.
All right, so just to be clear, the
Reasonable.
reason that you went to the house was to find this gun.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went in the house, I immediately went into their bedroom thinking that's where it would be. But instead, I find the guy lying there dead, and the gun is in his hand too.
Uh-huh.
You know, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. You know, I remember they had the security cam out front. So that freaked me out, right? And I knew it was going to look bad, me coming in the house and this guy being dead. So
you
quickly
lied
kinda came up with
to
this plan to grab some of Emma's
us.
stuff and put it in this bag. So it seemed like I had a reason to be there.
So this whole thing was just a performance for the security cam?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it.
Oh, Charles.
Well, I guess that does make sense. Because see, Emma, she stated that the only thing that you brought her that evening was dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Interesting.
I mean, it's stupid and I'm sorry. But I didn't want to have any connection to this guy's death.
Hey, as long as you're sorry.
It looked like I did it. Hell, I don't even know if you believe what I'm saying. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's
Oh,
the
it does.
truth.
Oh, it does. No, it definitely does.
All right, so if your intent was to go there and to find this gun,
Mhm.
then why do you look so confused when you first arrived?
Honestly, that's what I'm still confused about. Because I went to reach for the spare key, it wasn't there. So I thought I'd try the door anyway, and to my surprise, it was already unlocked.
So who do you think could have taken that spare key?
Honestly, I have no clue. I mean, I know it wasn't me, and it definitely wasn't Rebecca, because she has her own keys to the house, so I don't know. And I don't know why they would left the door unlocked. That doesn't make any sense either. But what I do know is that it's obvious that somebody was there before me. They took the spare key, and they went through the front door.
Right. Right.
All right.
Yep.
Charles, we're going to
Take a quick
give
break.
you a
Yep.
break, all right? You can step out of here for now, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, we know who it was. Who does Becca have her own key? That's a good question. I don't think we've been given the
Hey, I
evidence for
think
that.
that went well. It's quite a story, though.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm still not sure who to believe at this point in time. That being said, he did hit the nail on the head.
He did.
Someone was absolutely there before him, and we know exactly who that was.
We do.
Now we got both Janice and Charles saying they arrived at the house that morning, and both claim they found Daniel already dead.
Yes.
Yeah, I am not too sure I buy that.
I don't either.
Now, I can see Charles's possible motivation for killing Daniel, but Janice's is a little unclear. I mean, maybe she was triggered by seeing another woman she knew dealing with a similar type of abuse that she experienced? I don't know. Well, regardless, we gotta move forward.
Yeah,
I want to hear more from Janice.
I do too.
I'll grab her now.
That's the wild
We'll be
card.
back up in just a sec.
That is the wild card for sure.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So look, Janice, I just want to explore your relationship with Emma a bit more with you, if that's okay.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well,
Actually,
you
a lot.
mentioned having a positive relationship with her. So yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Yeah.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
Yeah.
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Yeah.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments,
Yes, I was aware of that.
but you were not aware of any actual physical abuse.
No, sir.
Now, you met Daniel a few times, so I'm wondering, do you think that he seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, you know, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
It's convenient.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. It'd be great if you can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
Sure. I mean, but I don't know what else there is to think about.
Well, just try. That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Janice.
I don't feel like we really got much out of that. I really don't.
Well, she does seem to have all the right answers, doesn't she?
Convenient.
But there's gotta be some flaws.
Yeah.
It just all seems a bit too perfect.
Yeah.
There's gotta be more to this than what she's telling us. Alright, let's take some time here. Look through everything you got, see if there's any contradictory evidence we can use to prove this statement of hers is full of shit.
I don't know.
Hopefully you can find something good.
And let's look at her text
Give me a
messages.
call when you got something, alright? Bye.
I wish I could. Can't zoom in on the. Oh, I can. Okay, here we go. I mean, there's not really. I don't know what the contradictory evidence would be. There's not really anything here. There is a text message. I mean, other than her saying that she heard some loud banging sounds coming from the house on the 9th. Not really much else. Like, it's contradictory. Let's play this in the background.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So look, Janice, I just want to explore your relationship with Emma a bit more with you, if that's okay.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her. So yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her.
Mhm.
She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character.
Yeah.
She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments.
Yes, I was aware of that.
But she says she wasn't
But you were
aware
not
there was
aware of
any physical
actual
abuse.
physical
That's a
abuse.
lie.
No, sir.
That is a lie. Because she told you about it. She told you about it. So that's not it. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Didn't that text say she got thrown on the ground? Yeah. It did.
Now,
So she
you
definitely
met
knew.
Daniel
That
a
is
few
one of
times,
the
so
pieces of
I'm
evidence that's
wondering,
contradictory.
do
I
you
don't know what
think
the other
that
one
he
is.
Seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman.
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. It'd be great if you can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
I don't know what else could be like contradictory. There's no other like real evidence. I mean, unless it's the statements of somebody else. Her text messages and statements made by Charles. Statements made by Emma. Correct.
Hey.
Hey.
Well, there you go. That is great. Perfect. I'll share what Emma said earlier in her previous statement. Good catch. Now, what she said definitely doesn't match up with Janice's presentation.
I thought she had said
of the facts.
something.
I'll grab the text message records as well. There's no way Janice can argue with that.
Nope. No way.
All right, let me grab what I need and get back in there. Thanks.
Easy clap. Easy clap. I think we're getting pretty close to closing this case. We're good. I think we're getting real close.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks.
Yeah.
So, Janice, I want to make sure that I got this right. Now, you are not aware of any physical abuse that Emma has experienced. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, see, that is a problem. Because, see, Emma has stated the complete opposite.
What
Yeah.
did Emma say?
Well, in her earlier statement, Emma said that you had texted her the night that her and Daniel had that pretty bad argument, the night that he had reportedly assaulted her. She said that you had texted her asking her if everything was okay. Now, does that ring any bells?
Well, yeah, that's correct, sir.
Now, she said that she had texted you back later that night telling you exactly what had happened. Does that also sound familiar to you?
Bells?
Well, yes, that's also correct, but I don't remember if she told me that he'd actually physically assaulted her.
So you don't remember her texting you that detail?
No, not that I recall.
That's interesting. That is
How
very,
convenient
very
is that?
Interesting.
Very interesting, yeah.
So, Janice, look, I want you to take a look at these records right here. I want you to look at the message that's highlighted there. Now, that is a text message that Emma had sent to you the evening of September 9th.
Now I remember.
Now, she clearly texted, and I quote, "He threw me to the ground, hurt me pretty bad, at the hospital now." Now, there is no mixed messaging there. I find it very hard to believe that someone would forget such a major detail. Now, Janice, did you lie to me again?
No, sir. I just didn't recall.
Oh, just
You
didn't
didn't recall.
Oh. Liar.
I may have misstated the facts.
Janice, that is a very eloquent way of telling me that you lied. Now, Janice, why did you lie to me again?
Why did I
Yeah.
lie?
Tell us, Janice. Tell us why you lied.
Again, sir, look at the optics. Someone with my background is seen entering the house the same day that Daniel's body is found shot to death. You know why I lied. And don't take this personally, but I don't trust law enforcement. I know I'm an easy target. I'm just doing the best I can to stay out of prison, sir. Look, you want to know what the truth is?
Yes,
Yeah,
Janice,
why don't
that
you
is
tell us,
literally
Janice?
The only thing I want to know.
Good.
Why don't you tell us,
Because
Janice?
the truth is that none of us would be in this mess if law enforcement had actually done their job and protected Emma when she first reported the abuse. She did all she could. She went to the police. She told them everything that Daniel had done to her. She even had her daughter as a witness. That man should
I mean, she's not wrong. That's a base
That man
take.
physically assaulted her, and you guys let him go on his merry way.
Hey,
It's not okay.
hey.
You know it, and I know it. That's not okay.
Look, Janice, I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And yeah, maybe we could have handled things differently. I don't know. Okay, but regardless, we can't live in the past, right? I mean, all that we can do is to make sure that we do the right thing right now in this moment. That's literally all that we can do.
Listen, Janice, what we did
So,
doesn't
Janice, let me
matter
ask
in
you
this
again,
case.
okay?
Okay? It doesn't involve this case.
Were you aware
Okay?
that Daniel had physically assaulted Emma?
Yes, sir, I was aware.
And
Good.
your only confirmation of this were the text messages between you and Emma, is that correct?
That and the fact that she went to the hospital with a dislocated elbow. Not sure I'd need any more proof than that.
But you didn't actually see Daniel physically assault her, correct?
No? What kind of question is that? I mean, what man do you know is going to strike a woman in front of other people? Guys like that do their business behind closed doors. Trust me, I know.
True. Making some valid points here, Janice.
Now, I am curious, and Janice, please be honest.
Please
Do
be honest
you
with us.
think that Daniel deserved to be killed for his actions?
No. Punished, yes, but not killed. Are we almost done, officer?
We're done.
For
When I
now.
say we're done.
Yes, for now.
Janice.
Now, I do need to get some other people in here, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, Janice, you can step out of here for now, okay? Let's go.
Yeah, why don't we take a quick break? Why don't we just take a quick little breaky break?
Alright, so we know for sure that Janice was aware of the physical abuse.
Mm-hmm.
We know she was the first person seen on camera entering the house, and we know that she and Emma have a relationship in which both of them look out for one another.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we don't know for sure is if Daniel was indeed already dead by the time she entered the house. And at this moment, there really is no way to prove or disprove Daniel's status at that time.
True.
It's clear that these people are still lying to us.
Yep. True.
There's still too many holes and things that just make no sense.
Damn, you're good at this, Martin.
All right, let's get
God damn,
Rebecca
you're a
back
good
in here
detective.
for another round. I got a few more questions for her.
That's exactly
Hang
who I
tight.
wanted to bring in, actually. I want to talk to Becca. Let's see what Becca's got to say about this. Why don't we? Haven't heard much from Becca.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to go back to the day of Daniel's death.
Mhm.
Now, you said
Yeah, let's do that.
that you were at your dad's house the entire day that Daniel was killed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what I have on my
And
notes,
the
too.
only thing to corroborate this are these text messages between you and a coworker in which you asked them to cover your shift for that day. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's also
Yeah,
correct.
we had that on text message.
So see, the problem
correct.
here is that those text messages do not necessarily prove that you were at your dad's house that day.
Yeah.
In fact, all they prove is that you didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
Now, as
Yeah,
to your
that's
exact
interesting.
whereabouts on that day, well, that is yet to be proven, right? All I've got to go on is your words. Now, would you say that that is a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess. I can see where you're coming from. But at the
Oh.
same time, I don't really have any reason to lie either.
Now, that very well may be true,
That
but
could
my
be true.
job is to question everything, okay? I
Yeah.
can't base things off of
Yeah.
just words alone. I need facts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
So, is there anyone that may have seen you either enter or leave your dad's house on that day?
Good question.
I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way for me to tell if somebody had seen me on that day. It's possible, but I don't know.
Right.
But your dad, he can account for your time later that day, right? In the evening?
Yeah, he can.
Right.
All right, so according to you, the only person who can account for your whereabouts on that day is your dad, but that's only in the evening. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Rebecca,
Hmm.
did you go to Daniel's house the day that he was killed?
No, I already told you I was at my dad's house the entire day.
I am aware that that's what you told me.
Yeah.
But again, without any concrete proof, I can't just go based off of your words.
Do you have access to their security cam?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so is that not proof? The security cam has a sensor. Anytime anybody gets within a few feet of it, it triggers. So it's quite literally impossible to enter the house without being recorded.
That's true, Becca.
So are you able to check those recordings? Have you checked them?
How about the back door?
Yes, we have gone through all of those recordings, yeah.
How
And
about the
did
back
you
door,
see me
Becca?
enter the house?
Huh.
As a matter of fact, no.
Really
we did not.
smart of you to use that as your
Well,
alibi.
then, there you go. I don't know what more you want.
But see, Rebecca, you didn't necessarily need to go through the front door. You could have gone
Yeah.
through the rear door. Now, to my knowledge,
Damn, what a detective you are,
the
Martin.
rear entrance does not have any sort of security cam of any kind. So, in theory, you or anyone else for that matter could have gone through there.
Huh?
Isn't that a possibility?
No, actually, it's not. No.
Oh, and why not?
The rear door is always kept locked,
Oh.
and on top of that, I don't have a house key. So whenever I need to,
You
enter
don't
the
have a house
I
key?
use a spare key. And if I have to use the spare key, I have to go get it. In turn, I would trigger the security cam, and I would be recorded. I'd be on those recordings.
Now, in regards to these recordings, I did notice that you guys have a keypad on that front door. So you don't have a code for that either?
No, that's been broken since I've moved in.
All right, so since you don't have a key and that rear door is always kept locked and that keypad is broken, then there would have been no way for you to enter that house on that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Not unless I use the spare key.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, Rebecca, we are going to take a short break. You can just wait here, all right? And I'll be back in just a few.
Let's hear your hypothesis, Fox. Interesting. Wasn't it Charles? Was it Charles? Yeah, it was Charles that said that she had a key, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yet again, I feel like we're not getting the whole truth
I
here.
agree. Couldn't agree more, Martin.
Her not having an alibi is definitely a red flag.
Couldn't agree more.
I know we brought her in here as a witness, but I'm thinking we may have to bump her up to a suspect. The abuse she witnessed could be enough to give her a motive. Possibly.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can work your magic and find some contradictory evidence here.
Yeah.
I want to squeeze every ounce of truth out of her.
So
You give me a call when you got something solid. Talk soon.
I think I have a couple of things that could work because Charles' statements and her statements could be the contradictory evidence because he said that she had a key. She said she doesn't have a key. I'm going to just attempt this real quick. Okay. So the person who took the spare key was actually Janice. We don't have any footage of her on camera. Now, having said that, I'm going to show the picture of the back door open and her statement. And I'm going to say that is contradictory. Back door and Charles' statements is also kind of contradictory. Why? Because the key in the back door is open.
Hey. Yes. I knew you'd find exactly what we needed.
You know I'm that guy.
I do feel kind of silly not remembering the rear door being open. But that's why two
You
sets of eyes
know
are better than
I'm
one,
that
right?
guy.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, with that photo and Charles's statement, we definitely have enough to back her into a corner. Let's see how she responds. We'll be live in just a few.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. Just another day on the job, y'all. Another day on the job.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, I know we discussed you not having a way of entering that house without being seen, but I do want to revisit that rear door possibility.
Yeah.
So let's hypothetically say that if someone were to leave the rear door open for some rare reason, then in theory, you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess in that very rare and specific scenario, it's possible. Sure.
All right, now I want you to take a look at this photo right here, and you tell me, what is it that you notice?
The rear door is left open? Is that what you want me to notice?
Correct. Now, this
The day of the murder
was taken from the crime scene, which means that someone left that door open.
Yeah.
So this very rare and specific scenario is actually a fact.
Yeah.
Now, we found that rear door unlocked and ajar. Okay, so now with this knowledge, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess given what you've just shown me, yeah, sure, it's possible.
Oh,
but
yeah?
That's not what happened. I already told you I didn't go to the house that day, and I feel like I'm just repeating the same thing over and over.
And why should I believe you?
Look, am I a suspect here? Because you're treating me as if I actually had something to do with this.
No, Rebecca, I am treating you like someone who may have something to hide. Because you have indeed hidden information from me.
Yeah.
In fact, I might go so far to say that you have straight up lied to me, Rebecca.
What are
Me
you even
too.
talking about?
Look, when I talked to your dad earlier today, he told me that you have your own set of keys to Daniel's house. But then
Yes,
you
he did.
told me that you don't have keys to Daniel's house. So you see, either you or your dad is lying to me.
Okay, yes, I do have keys to Daniel's house, but that doesn't mean that I was there.
Now, why did you lie?
Why would you lie? Yeah, why would you lie?
Lying to me is only going to make things worse, and you know that.
I don't know. I guess I didn't want you to be suspicious of me.
Well, that obviously did not work out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't.
All right, so now knowing that you do actually have keys to the house, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door whether it was left open or not. Is that correct?
Yes, technically, that is correct. But look, I know that I lied to you about not having keys, but I swear I'm not lying about when I say that I didn't go to the house that day.
Well, if you're not lying, then
All right, well, let's
I guess our job's
assume
done.
that you are telling the truth, okay, and that you did not go to the house that day. Can you think of any reason as to why that door would have been left open, especially when you said that the rear door is never left unlocked? So why is it that on this specific day, that door was left open?
Is it?
I don't know. Maybe Daniel left it open for some weird reason. That's all I can think of because I
Right.
don't know. I honestly just don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Rebecca, let's put a pause on this conversation, okay? You can
Yeah. Let's
step
do
out
it.
of here for now.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we're done here, Rebecca. Yeah, I think we're done. All right, Martin. Go ahead.
Hey, so you think she's telling the whole truth now? I feel like we got more out of her, and maybe she's being honest, but I still don't know. We still don't have the complete picture, which means technically anything is possible. Alright, we've made some good progress so far, but it's time to really grind this out and get to the bottom of this case.
Yep.
I want to bring all four of them back in here for one more round of questioning.
Yeah.
The gloves are coming off this time.
Yeah.
All right, let's get
They're
to
coming
it.
off.
I'll start with Janice.
Okay.
Let's see what more we can get out of her.
Yeah.
I'll be back with her in just a sec.
Yep.
Alright,
All right.
bye.
Bye-bye. Gloves are coming off, guys. Gloves are coming off. Martin is not happy, and he's not somebody that you want to piss off. Just say that. Okay. Not somebody you want to get on their bad side at all.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I just want to revisit our discussion regarding your relationship with Emma.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah.
there seems to be a lot of trust between the two of you. It seems that she confides in you quite a bit. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Now, see, I'm finding it hard to believe that that level of trust can be built between two people that are simply just neighbors, especially considering the fact that the two of you haven't even been neighbors for all that long.
Yeah.
Hell, I've got neighbors on my street that I've seen for years, right? And I still don't know their names.
I don't know what to tell you, sir.
I don't even know what my neighbors look like, Janice.
So are you this close with all of your neighbors?
No. I already told you what my relationship was like with most of my neighbors. They keep to themselves, and I do the same.
But not with Emma.
No, because Emma actually treats me like a decent human being.
So would you say that you're somewhat of a protector as it pertains to Emma? I mean, you did mention that you look out for her, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I do look out for her, but I wouldn't go as far as saying I'm her protector.
Oh.
But yes, I do look out for her.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Right.
Janice, we both know that you are capable of taking a human being's life. That's already been proven,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That was a really long time ago, sir.
Oh, well, it still
And
happened.
you know why I did that, so don't you dare try to make it seem like I'm some sort of monster.
Hey.
No, Janice,
Hey,
I don't.
Janet, no, hey, that's
I
not
don't
what we're
think that
doing.
you're a monster. Come
No,
on,
no, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think that. But with
Let's
your
reel it
track
back in.
record, your desire to look out for Emma, and your knowledge of the abuse that she experienced, I mean, one could easily say that you may have very well had a hand in this murder.
Hypothetically.
This is bullshit.
Hypothetically.
I knew you would use my past as some sort of justification for killing this man. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess it's my fault for being so damn stupid. Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, but I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you didn't kill him? Why should I believe someone that already has a proven track record for disregarding the law? Huh? Why should I believe you?
Yeah.
Look, the truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
What?
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know. It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
Were you able to make out any sort of identification, race, sex, body type, anything?
Not really.
Oh, come on, Janice.
The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Okay, so you saw a male fleeing through the backyard,
That is correct, sir.
and that's the only thing that you know for sure.
That's all I can remember, sir.
All right, Janice, let's put a quick pause on this conversation.
Sure.
All right.
Hey, Martin did say the gloves were coming off. He said the gloves are coming off. Go ahead.
Well, things just got very interesting, didn't they?
They did. They
This is,
sure
of
did.
course, assuming she's telling the truth about seeing someone flee through the backyard. Now, it is consistent with the crime scene photos showing the back door slightly open. It would also give an explanation as to why it was left open.
Yeah.
Maybe they were trying to get the heck out of there as fast as possible when they heard Janice come in. But again, this is assuming she's telling the truth. Even if she's being honest, it's pretty odd that she can positively state it was a male that she saw, but yet she can't make out any other details?
Yeah, that's
Did that strike you as odd?
does.
Or maybe I'm overthinking it.
I mean,
What do you think?
You know, honestly, Martin.
You think she's telling the truth about that? You think it
You
was the
become a
man
good-
that she saw, or you think she's got something more that she's hiding?
I don't know.
I'll head back in once I get your take on this.
God damn, you're a
Let me know
good
what you think,
detective,
all right?
Martin. Holy shit. Is Janice telling the truth about seeing a man flee? Fuck. I don't know. Guys, 1 for yes, 2 for no. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is Janice telling the truth about seeing a man flee? Yes or no? I don't know. She was a bit hesitant to say anything in the first place. I mean, she's lied to us before. Once we catch her in a lie, she always comes out and gives us a new piece of evidence. But did she actually see a man, or is she just trying to cover up for the daughter, Becca, or even Emma? Maybe she's trying to pin it on she's trying to pin it on the husband to cover up for Emma. Real quick, let's just try to read her body language a little bit more when she's talking about it.
Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, but I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you...
It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Look, the truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know. It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
Were you able to make out any sort of identification? Race, sex, body type, anything?
Not really. The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Okay, so you saw a male fleeing through the backyard.
That is correct, sir.
And that's the only thing that you know for sure?
That's all I can remember, sir.
All right, Janice, let's put a quick pause on this conversation.
Sure.
You make a good point, Fox. I have a feeling she's lying because she wouldn't want Emma or Becker to go through what she went.
Hey, so you think
Yep.
she's not telling the whole truth, huh?
Nope.
Can't argue with you there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't put my finger on it exactly,
Hiding
but
something.
she really didn't seem too authentic there. Looks like we both got that same read on her.
Yeah.
All right, let me press her on this.
Yep.
We'll see if our instincts are correct.
Yep.
Let me head back in. Talk to you later.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Gloves are coming off again. They're coming off.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks.
A little bit
So,
fidgety.
Janice, you had just finished telling me that upon entering Daniel's house the day of his death, you saw a man fleeing the crime scene through the backyard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And yet you fail to identify any other aspect of this person, but yet you can for sure say that this person was a man, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So, Janice, does that make sense?
I'm sorry, sir, does what make sense?
Your statements.
Well, that this whole
Ma'am.
thing happens as quickly as you say it does. You notice absolutely nothing about this person, but yet you can for sure say that they were a man. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's what I remember, sir. I can't control my memory.
All right, Janice, look, let's cut the shit.
Yeah.
All right, none of this makes any sense. None of it.
Get him.
Now, Janice, we have already talked about obstruction of justice. Okay, I can charge you with that very easily if I find out that you are lying or hiding information from me. And Janice, let's not forget that you are also still on probation. Now, do you want to see yourself back in prison? Do you want to say goodbye to this nice life that you got going for yourself? Come on, Janice, don't be stupid. You tell me the truth. You tell me exactly what happened inside that house.
Yeah.
All right, look, sir.
Tell us, Janice.
I may have misspoken. But for the most part, I really have told you the truth.
Damn it,
most part.
Janice.
Look, I heard a gunshot. I rushed over to see if everything was okay. I used the spare key to enter the house. The first thing I saw when I entered the house was someone fleeing through the backyard. I honestly didn't make out anything about them. It happened so fast. And then I went into the bedroom, and that's when I saw Daniel lying there dead. He'd been shot, and it was clear that he was dead.
Now,
I
why the
panicked,
fuck
left the house, and honestly just wanted to pretend like I
wouldn't
never
you
saw
go and
anything.
try to see who was fleeing through the
I
house
was at the wrong place
first?
at the wrong time. I didn't want to get caught up in this whole mess. Surely you can understand
That's
that.
way too convenient, Janice. Don't bullshit me.
Yeah, Janice, I can understand that. Yeah. All right, so what you just told me, that is the absolute truth?
Don't you fucking lie to
Yes, sir, that is the absolute truth.
me. Lie.
So you can't say for sure that that person you saw is a man. That's what you lied about.
I truthfully couldn't tell you whether it was a man or a woman. It happened that fast.
So then why did you lie about that specifically?
Well, look, I didn't want you guys to think it was Emma. I could see why you think she might have something to do with this. And I didn't want to bring any more attention her way.
But since you have no idea who this person is, then it is possible that it could have been Emma.
I guess so, but I highly doubt it.
Well, look, Janice, no offense, but your doubts mean very little to me compared to facts.
Yeah.
You know, I really should charge you with obstructing this investigation.
Yeah.
But I'm not obstructing anything. I've honestly told you everything that I know.
Honestly? You've
You are
honestly
walking
told
a
us?
slippery slope, Janice. A very slippery slope. All right. Well, besides Emma, do
Ma'am,
you
you
have any
are
idea
on
who this person could
probation.
have been? Could it have been Charles or maybe Rebecca?
I don't know, sir.
Are
Cut the
there
crap.
any neighbors or acquaintances of
Janice,
Daniel's that you
I'm
maybe
done.
live
I am
with? You
tired.
maybe had, I don't know, disagreements or arguments with,
Cut
anything
the
like that?
shit.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So this really could have been anybody that you saw.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Oh yeah. Well, let me guess, it was Ted Bundy.
All right, well, Janice, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today? Anything at all?
No, officer, I have told you everything.
Well, for your sake, Janice, I really hope you have.
Yeah, me too. I thought you were a good
All right,
person.
we're going to take a final break. Okay, we are almost done here today.
Okay, sir.
I don't know, guys. I mean, I feel like she is a good person, maybe. I can't.
Well, if she's telling the truth, then that would mean we have someone else to account for. We need to know who was in that house before Janice. And at this point, it could literally be anybody.
True.
I don't think we're going to get anything else out of Janice, so we're just going to have to roll with what we got and go from there.
I agree.
And with this knowledge, I do want to hear from Rebecca again.
Yeah,
I
me
got
too.
some more questions for her.
And Emma.
Let me grab her and get back in. Talk to you in a bit.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Theory. You want to know why Janice was so frantic to get in the door? She was helping. She knew that somebody else was going through the back door. She knew. She was covering. She knows about the camera. It was a cover-up. She was helping Emma. Or Becca.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, some new information has come up, so we do need to revisit a few items and see if we can get some answers.
Yeah, we just need to
Now, I have
revisit a
reason to
couple of
believe that
things.
the morning of Daniel's death, somebody was seen fleeing the crime scene through the backyard.
Do you know who this person was?
Well, at the moment, no, I do not.
Yeah.
But with the process of elimination, I'm sure that
You
I
jumped
can
at that
make a
question, didn't
pretty
you?
decent educated guess. So let's look at the facts, okay? Now, with the security cam footage that we currently have, we know that both your dad, as well as your neighbor Janice,
Mm-hmm.
were seen entering and leaving the house that morning through the front door.
My dad and Janice?
That is correct.
Yep.
They were both seen entering the house that morning. Now,
Yep.
Does that surprise you?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it surprises me too, actually. So see, now this means that the only two people whose time we cannot account for at all are both you and your mom. And since we know that that rear door was left open, well, it does make sense that, someone fled in such a hurry that they just didn't have time to shut it. Now, this also means that if this person entered and left through the back, well, then there would be no record of them. So you see, someone who is smart, who knows the layout, also knows that that front door has that security camera, well, they would simply go through the back completely undetected.
Yeah.
And since we know that both you and your mom have keys to the house, well, then it is possible that the person that was seen fleeing was one of you two.
Yeah.
Now, here's my guess. My guess is that either one of you, you or your mom, opened up that back door with your key, you entered, killed Daniel, and then you get startled when you hear someone at that front door. You flee in such a hurry that you have no time to properly shut and lock that door.
That's assuming if someone was actually seen fleeing. Have you ever, considered that maybe the person who told you that is lying?
Yes, of course, sure. But, see, in this scenario, it does give us an answer as to why the crime scene was found in the state that it was. And if we go off of this scenario, well, then I would have to assume that either you or your mom killed Daniel.
That's literally insane. That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So why don't you tell me? What do you think happened? Who was that person that was seen fleeing?
Well, first of all, we don't even know if somebody was actually seen fleeing. And even if there was, it quite literally could have been anybody.
Really? It could have been anybody?
Yeah, really anybody. Look, what I don't think you know is that Daniel was a pretty big drinker. He would hit up the bars in town with his friends. And sometimes they would wind up back at the house late in the evening, and they would just drink until morning. I mean, hell, he would even bring strangers home. Literally guys that he had met at the bars that night. He loved to flash his cash around and just be the center of attention. So yeah, it really could have been anybody that killed Daniel and was seen fleeing. But that's if that's what really happened. And also, you're saying that because my mom and I have keys, then we're the ones who most likely entered through the back door? Have you ever considered that maybe Daniel or one of his friends left the back door open? I mean, you said that you have camera footage of my dad and Janice. Do you also have security cam footage of Daniel? Because if he entered through the front door that night, wouldn't he have triggered the camera too?
Well, as a matter of fact, no. We do not have any security cam footage of Daniel entering through the front door that evening. We don't.
Okay. Well, there you go. Probably entered through the back door, left it open, and just forgot about it. The back door being left open quite literally means nothing.
Damn, you're
and it
good.
certainly is not something that should be used to make it seem like my mom or I killed Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. That's
Are you a
insane.
law student?
Well, yeah, him going through the back is certainly
Damn,
possible.
she's got
Yeah, I can't argue with
Martin
that.
on the ropes right now. Martin
And
is
to be
fumbling.
honest, I was not aware of Daniel's drinking and social habits.
But, I mean, not many people
actually, Martin,
he
kinda
was
were.
really good at making it look like he was a good guy.
we have the toxicology reports, Martin.
So if I were to go around town and check out some of these bars and talk to the employees, they would be able to corroborate all of this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, seeing as though you make it seem like it's a regular
Yeah.
occurrence.
What's his
I
favorite
mean, yeah, of
bar?
course.
Well, that is interesting. It's
Shit.
very, very interesting.
Thought we had this shit
All
wrapped
right,
up.
let's let this
I'm not gonna
stew
lie.
for
Thought
a
we had
bit.
it wrapped
All right,
up.
we'll take a short break, okay? You hang here, and I'll be back in just a few.
I think we're fucked, Martin. I think we are fucked if you don't get your shit together.
Well, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? This case is literally all over the place. It's hard to gauge whether she's telling the truth or not.
She's good.
And to be honest,
She is good.
with the amount of alcohol we found at the crime scene, it is possible that there was at least one other person drinking with him. And she's right. The security cam never triggered that night. There's no recording.
Damn, she's good.
It's very possible that Daniel was the one that left that rear door open. Regardless, we need to nail her on something here. My gut's telling me that she is not being completely honest with us. See what you can find and get back to me. There's gotta be something.
Shit.
Alright. Thanks.
What do they want? They want 2 pieces of contradictory evidence. Well, there's our picture there. I mean, there's not a whole lot to it. There is a to-go box. Only 1 drink. Only 1 drink. I mean, there is a beer, but there's only 1 to-go cup. So we have his shoes are there. Oh, there's a deck of cards. Unless this man's playing solitaire. Unless he's playing solitaire, there was somebody else there. There's a bottle of wine, a bottle of vodka, 3 beers, plus the one on the kitchen table. So 4 beers total. Is that a phone on the sofa? There is a phone on the sofa as well. Sorry, I'll hide this for a second so you guys can see all of this. There is a phone on the sofa. There's a tie on the sofa, and what appears to be maybe a coat or something. The thing that is questionable, though, is there's only 1 glass. Oh, there's another bottle on the ground, so there's 5 total bottles of beer, 1 glass of wine, and like a half thing of vodka on the table. 2 shoes. I'm assuming those were Daniel's. Damn. And then, yeah, just the 1 bottle right there. Don't see anything like really contradictory in this picture. The alcoholic level was a 0.23. And he also had sleeping pills in his system, which is odd. It is odd. What do we think? Was he wearing shoes in this? Is his shoes on? I can't see any shoes. Sorry, I don't mean to keep bringing that picture up. Okay. What do we think the contradictory evidence is? What she's saying. Like, she said a lot.
All right, this is a continuation with make a pretty decent educated guess. So let's look at the facts, okay? Now, with the security cam footage that we currently have, we know that both your dad, as well as your neighbor Janice, were seen entering and leaving the house that morning through the front door.
My dad and Janice?
That is correct. They were both seen entering the house that morning. Now, does that surprise you?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it surprises me too, actually. So see, now this means that the only two people whose time we cannot account for at all are both you and your mom. And since we know that that rear door was left open, well, it does make sense that, someone fled in such a hurry that they just didn't have time to shut it. Now, this also means that if this person entered and left through the back, well, then there would be no...
I want to make a quick note of something. So we theorized that the murder could have happened on the 11th. And I'm not counting it out because somebody could have used his phone. But on the 12th, the day of the murder, late at night, somebody used ride services. They took a 25-minute drive from 12:30 to 1 a.m. using Daniel's phone. I don't think the murder could have happened on the 11th, given that evidence.
record of that. So you see, someone who is smart, who knows the layout, also knows that that front door has that security camera, well, they would simply go through the back completely undetected. And since we know that both you and your mom have keys to the house, well, then it is possible that the person that was seen fleeing was one of you two. Now, here's my guess. My guess is that either one of you, you or your mom, opened up that back door with your key, you entered, killed Daniel, and then you get startled when you hear someone at that front door. You flee in such a hurry that you have no time to properly shut and lock that door.
That's assuming if someone was actually seen fleeing. Have you ever, considered that maybe the person who told you that is lying?
Yes, of course, sure. But, see, in this scenario, it does give us an answer as to why the crime scene was found in the state that it was. And if we go off of this scenario, well, then I would have to assume that either you or your mom killed Daniel.
That's literally insane. That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So why don't you tell me? What do you think happened? Who was that person that was seen fleeing?
But first of all, we don't even know if somebody was actually seen fleeing. And even if there was, it quite literally could have been anybody.
Really? It could have been anybody?
Yeah, really anybody. Look, what I don't think you know is that Daniel was a pretty big drinker. He would hit up the bars in town with his friends. And sometimes they would wind up back at the house late in the evening and they would just drink until morning. I mean, hell, he would even bring strangers home. Literally guys that he had met at the bars that night. He loved to flash his cash around and just be the center of attention. So yeah, it really could have been anybody that killed Daniel and was seen fleeing. But that's if that's what really happened. And also, you're saying that because my mom and I have keys, then we're the ones who most likely entered through the back door? Have you ever considered that maybe Daniel or one of his friends left the back door open? I mean, you said that you have camera footage of my dad and Janice. Do you also have security cam footage of Daniel? Because if he entered through the front door that night, wouldn't he have triggered the camera too?
Well, as a matter of fact, no. We do not have any security cam footage of Daniel entering through the front door that evening.
I don't know what Martin wants me to do. He wants me to pull out
Like,
some
there you
contradictory
go.
shit out of my
Probably
ass.
entered through the back door, left it open, and just forgot about it. The back door being left open quite literally means nothing.
Why would the friends try to why would the friends shoot him though? To steal something? Was there anything missing?
And
Good
it
question.
certainly is not something that should be used to make it seem like my mom or I killed Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. That's insane.
Well, yeah, him going through the back is certainly possible. Okay, I can't argue with that. And to be honest, I was not aware.
Sleeping pills have not been
of
addressed
Daniel's
yet. No,
drinking and
I
social
haven't.
habits.
But I mean, not many people were. Like, he was really good at making it look like he was a good guy.
So if I were to go around town and check out some of these bars and talk to the employees, they would be able to corroborate all of this, right? I mean, seeing as though you make it seem like it's a regular occurrence.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Well, that is interesting. It's very, very interesting. All right, let's let this stew for a bit. All right, we'll take a short break, okay? You hang here and I'll be back in just a few.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I don't know what he wants me to do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have anything. Like, I wish I could just look at him and be like, bro, I don't know what you want. There's no evidence of anything. I mean, there's the toxicology reports, but that doesn't give shit. I don't know. I don't know, guys. There's something that we're missing. Don't know.
All right, this is a continuation. But with the process of elimination, I'm sure that I can make a pretty...
What if it's... Did Janice say something that I'm missing? That I'm forgetting? Like, about the person leaving?
I didn't want to get caught up in this whole mess. Surely you can understand that.
Yeah, Janice, I can understand that. Yeah. All right, so what you just told me, that is the absolute truth?
Yes, sir, that is the absolute truth.
So you can't say for sure that that person you saw is a man. That's what you lied about.
I truthfully couldn't tell you whether it was a man or a woman. It happened that fast.
So then why did you lie about that specifically?
Well, look, I didn't want you guys to think it was Emma. I could see why you think she might have something to do with this. And I didn't want to bring any more attention her way.
But since you have no idea who this person is, then it is possible.
What is the contradictory statements?
That it could have been Emma.
I guess so, but I highly doubt it.
Hey.
Well, look, Janice.
Yes, great catch, my friend, great catch. These statements definitely contradict and most likely debunk her whole story about his drinking, because either both Janice and Emma are lying, or only she is. The latter seems more likely. Let me get back in there and get some answers.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. All right, talk soon.
Hey,
Bye.
anytime, Martin. I got you. No problem. It was, for those who missed that, it was Janice's and Emma's statements that contradicted each other. I guess I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
Continuation with Rebecca.
I don't know.
So, Rebecca, I want to explore your theory a bit more.
Yeah, let's explore that.
According to you, Daniel was a big drinker, and he had some people over. They got drunk. They partied till the morning hours, and then someone there shot him. And that's who was seen fleeing the crime scene. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, but again, that's only assuming if someone really was seen fleeing, which we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's a total possibility.
Well, see, I find it funny that you would know that he had been drinking that night because, well, it's the truth, actually. He had been drinking pretty excessively.
Yeah.
But see, I never brought that up with you.
Yeah, how did you know
Well, you
that?
didn't really need to. I mean, like I said, it was a possibility, and it was kind of his regular routine. So I'm not shocked.
Well, I guess what's odd about your theory of him drinking that night is that both your mom and your neighbor Janice had completely different things to say about his so-called regular behavior.
Like what?
Well, according to Janice, she stated that your household was pretty quiet most of the time. In fact, she could not recall any moments of any parties or any loud behavior,
She
things
did
that I would
say
normally
that.
associate with a
Yeah,
bunch
she
of
did, didn't she,
intoxicated
Martin?
people at odd hours of the night, especially if this was a regular occurrence.
Okay, and so you just believe her?
And why should I not believe her?
I don't know. But you're believing what she's saying at face value, and you're questioning me as if I'm the one who's lying here.
That's fair.
How an interrogation works.
That is fair. But see, I also have a contradictory statement from your mom as well. Now, see, your mom, she stated that Daniel hardly ever drank. In fact, your mom could not remember the last time that she saw him have a drink. So what, is your mom also lying?
Okay, so maybe Daniel didn't drink all the time, per se, okay?
Oh.
Okay, but listen, I swear I have seen him drink a few times while I've been living there, okay? And every single time, it was when he was really stressed, and he would always get completely hammered.
Yeah.
I mean, he was obviously in a very stressful situation, given the fact that my mom was filing a police report against him, and he was put on leave from his job. So it would make sense that he would be drinking and maybe invite some friends over.
Right.
Okay, like,
yeah, that would
I
be
don't know.
convenient.
It made sense.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you exaggerate Daniel's drinking?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't Mr. Perfect like everybody thought he was.
Right.
Yeah, see, I still find it strange that you would assume that he had been drinking.
Yeah.
When even you have now, stated that he didn't even drink all that often.
I didn't assume. Like I said, it was a possibility. Given the situation, it made sense.
Uh-huh.
All right, so just to be very clear, your theory of Daniel drinking that night is simply just a theory. This isn't actual first-hand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is just a possibility of what could have happened that night.
All right, well, I guess there isn't that much more to cover. So look, is there anything else that you need to tell me? Anything important you feel I should know?
No, not that I can think of.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, well, Rebecca, we are almost done for the day, okay? So
Yeah.
I just need you to hang here
Yeah,
at the station.
just
for a
hang
little while
tight.
longer,
We'll
all
be
right?
done shortly.
Sure.
All right, we'll give you a break for now. Thank you.
Yep. All right, Martin, I think it's time to bring in Emma. I think it's time to bring in Emma. You. Go ahead.
Well, her theory about Daniel drinking that night is a little too spot on. It doesn't necessarily mean she's lying, but I'm not sure we should take it at face value either. I think it's time we bring Emma back in here since she has no alibi for that morning either. We need to know if that person fleeing was her or not. Let me get her in here and see what I can do. Talk soon. Bye.
I had the same idea. Let's bring her in.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, look, Emma, we're just going to jump right into things here. We've been here for quite a while today and listened to a lot of different statements, some truthful, some not so truthful. Either way, though, I am starting to come to some conclusions, but there are still some things that I do need to clear up, especially as it pertains to you.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. That's why I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
All right, well, first things first, I do want to acknowledge that we may not have handled your initial police report as best as we could have.
I'm glad you see it that way too.
Do take full responsibility for that. Janice made it very clear, and we do
it
agree.
does give you more of a reason to kill Daniel. Now, perhaps you took matters into your own hands because you didn't get the expected results from law enforcement. Now, is that maybe what happened?
We've already gone over this. The answer is absolutely not.
Yeah.
Look, Emma, if everything that you filed in that police report is accurate, all right, I want you to know that I understand that you were also a victim in this whole situation, okay? I understand that. But see, when I zoom out and I look at the bigger picture, I can't help but have my doubts that you weren't somehow involved.
I've already told you the truth. I was at that motel the entire day. I never got anywhere near that house the day Daniel was killed.
Yes, you have told me that. But see, without anyone that can corroborate your story, I do have my suspicions.
Yeah.
Emma, you have the biggest motive and justification for killing Daniel. You really do. I mean, after what he supposedly did to you, and then you go to the police and then you see that nothing comes of it.
Get him.
Yes, I can see why you would take matters into your own hands, okay?
Get him.
I would understand that. Hell, a lot of people in your situation would do the exact same thing, Emma.
He didn't supposedly do anything to me. He assaulted me, and then he threatened to kill me. Those aren't supposed theories. Those are facts. They actually happened. So please be more respectful with how you choose your words, because how you're framing it right now is not okay.
You're right. You're right. And I am sorry. That was a
His
very
gloves are
poor
off.
choice of
I'm
words
sorry.
on my part. I am sorry. But look, it still does not change the fact that you benefit the most from Daniel's death, now does it?
I'm not going to answer that. We've already been through this.
Oh.
And my answer isn't going to change no matter how many different ways you ask me that question.
So, despite the fact that you have such a clear and strong motive, I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you don't have an alibi? I'm just simply supposed to take the word of the person who benefits the most in this situation when they have absolutely nothing to prove that they weren't somehow involved? And let's also look at the fact that you were the one best suited to avoid that front security camera, right? You know it's there, and you know how it triggers its recordings. Emma, you could have easily gone around the back, killed Daniel, and then left. I mean, what is there to say that that did not happen?
Because it didn't.
Oh.
Okay. Why is it so hard for you to believe the truth? Why is it so hard?
Ma'am, it's our job to
Because
find the
I
truth.
don't know the truth. Okay, that's why. And until I know the truth,
It's our goddamn job.
yes, I am absolutely going to question everything. And right now, you are telling me that I should believe you because you say it's the truth? Well, look, Emma, I have got news for you. Everybody that sits in that chair
Get him.
seems to always be telling me the truth. And I mean always. I literally
Always.
get nothing but the truth until it isn't.
Mm-hmm. Every
Look,
time.
I can understand from your perspective why you would doubt what I'm telling you. But I swear, I was at that motel the entire day.
I don't want to hear it.
I only left early to grab breakfast. That was it. Look, I know there's
Yeah.
nothing that can prove that I was at that motel, but there's also nothing that can prove that I wasn't.
Well, actually, there is, because
I'm
we have
telling you
security
the
footage
truth.
of you leaving the
I swear.
hotel. Bam.
All right, Emma, you know what? You are right. We are just going around in
Pardon?
circles here.
No.
So,
No,
look,
act
we
like we have
are gonna
evidence.
take a
No,
quick
act like we
break,
have
all right?
evidence.
Okay. Do I have to
Fuck,
stay here?
Martin.
Yes, you do, please.
Damn it, Martin. We're supposed to act like we have shit that we don't have. That's how this works. We lie, they lie, we find the truth.
Well, I'm not too sure I made any progress just now.
Well, you should have let me take care of it.
The main thing that we gotta assess here is whether or not we think she's telling the truth about being at the motel that day. Because she's right. We have nothing to prove she was there or not. All we have is her word. This one's a pure judgment call, and honestly, I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Once again, I'm going to trust
I'm
you
not
on
sure.
this. Look things over and let me know what you think. But take your time and make sure you get this right. I have a feeling that moving forward, a lot is going to be based on how we play this. All right, call me when you made up your mind.
God damn it, Martin. Why do you put me in these positions? I don't think she is. She says things like, why can't you guys just accept the truth? Look
Zoom out.
at her
And
look at her eyes. Look into those eyes. A cold-blooded killer. Look at him.
Look at the bigger picture. I can't help but have my doubts that you weren't somehow involved.
I've already told you the truth. I was at that motel the entire day. I never got anywhere near that house the day Daniel was killed.
Yes, you have told me that. But see, without anyone that can corroborate your story, yeah, I do have my suspicions. Emma, you have the biggest motive
Look at her.
and
Look at the eyes.
justification
Look at the
for
eyes.
killing
Pay
Daniel.
close
You
attention
really
to him.
do. I mean, after what he supposedly did to you, and then you go
Read
to the
the body
police and then you see
language.
that nothing comes of it, yes, I can see why you would take matters into your own hands. Okay?
Heavy breathing.
I would understand that. Hell, a lot of people in your situation would do the exact same thing, Emma.
He didn't supposedly do anything to me. He assaulted me, and then he threatened to kill me. Those aren't supposed theories. Those are facts. They actually happened. So please be more respectful with how you choose your words, because how you're framing it right now is not okay.
You're right. You're right. And I am sorry. That was a very poor choice of words on my part. I am sorry. But look, it still does not change the fact that you benefit the most from Daniel's death, now does it?
I'm not going to answer that. We've already been through this. And my answer isn't going to change no matter how many different ways you ask me that question.
So, despite the fact that you have such a clear and strong motive, I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you don't have an alibi? I'm just simply supposed to take the word of the person who benefits the most in this situation when they have absolutely nothing to prove that they weren't somehow involved? And let's also look at the fact that you are the one best suited to avoid that front security camera, right? You know it's there, and you know how it triggers its recordings. Emma, you could have easily gone around the back, killed Daniel, and then left. I mean, what is there to say that that did not happen?
Because it didn't. Okay. Why is it so hard for you to believe the truth? Why is it so hard?
Emma, because I don't know the truth. Okay, that's why. And until I know the truth, yes, I am absolutely going to question everything. And right now, you are telling me that I should believe you because you say it's the truth? Well, look, Emma, I have got news for you. everybody that sits in that chair seems to always be telling.
Martin spits for a
Look,
second.
I know there's nothing that can prove that I was at that motel, but there's also nothing that can prove that I wasn't. And I am telling you the truth. I swear.
Is that why you picked the hotel? 'Cause you knew
All right,
there
Emma,
wasn't
you know what?
cameras.
You are right. We are just going around in circles here.
No. She's not telling the truth. Why would she say there's no way to prove that she wasn't guilty? Fuck. Fuck.
Hey,
Yep.
so you think she's lying, huh?
Yep.
Like I said, I'm not too sure, but I'll trust your judgment here. Let's approach it from that angle and see what happens.
Oh, God.
All right, let me get back in there. Bye.
Oh, God.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, look, I hate to say it, but I am having a very difficult time believing that you were at the motel during the time of Daniel's death. Now, the fact that nobody can account for your time besides you, yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all. Especially when I take into consideration what Janice had told me earlier.
And that is?
Well, she mentioned that when she entered the house that morning, she saw somebody fleeing out the back. Now, we already know that Charles came in through the front door. So my guess is the person that Janice saw was either you or Rebecca. The two people that do not have an alibi. Two people that are very aware of that security camera by the front door, and two people who for sure have access to that rear door. Look, I know that it was one of you two. Either you or Rebecca killed Daniel. Isn't that the truth?
Look, it doesn't matter what I tell you, does it? You're not going to believe me anyway, are you?
Oh, I will believe you. I will believe the truth as soon as I actually hear it.
Look, for the last time, Rebecca and I had nothing to do with Daniel's death. That could have been anybody that Janice saw.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph
If
right now?
That's even what happened. But you are so hell-bent on it being one of us. So look, I'm done. This is pointless. I tried to help, but you just keep pushing your agenda, so I'm not going to answer any more questions until I speak with an attorney.
Fuck. Fuck.
So that's it. So now you want an attorney?
Shit.
Right when I'm getting so close to the truth, huh?
Shit.
Are you aware how that looks, Emma? It doesn't look good for you. It doesn't look good at all.
I don't care how it looks.
Tell her,
Done.
Martin. Martin, don't let her do this. Martin, don't you dare.
All right,
Don't
well,
you
I
let
guess
her.
we're gonna put a pause on this, aren't we?
Chat.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Well, listen, you don't have to answer any more questions, okay? But if you can please just stay at the station so I can wrap up the rest of my interviews, I would really appreciate that. Can you at least do that?
Whatever. That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, we fucked up. We fucked up. We didn't play our cards right.
Well, shit.
Yep.
That's gonna be a wrap for her today.
Yep.
Kinda convenient that she decides to lawyer up as soon as we start applying some real pressure, isn't it?
It is. It is kind of
Yeah.
convenient. Yeah.
It still doesn't feel like she's being completely honest.
That's what I said.
But it doesn't really matter. She's not gonna talk anymore, that's for sure. We're gonna have to take what we've gotten from her so far and go from there, huh?
Yep.
That said, I want to hear from Charles again.
I haven't heard
I
from
need
Charles
to know
in
what
a
he
while.
has to say about all this. Let me get him back in here.
Yeah. All right.
Hang tight.
Yep. I think we're getting close to solving this case, though. I do.
Okay, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I know that you've been here for quite a while today, so I'm going to do my best to get right to the point, all right?
Great, I appreciate that.
Of course. Now, after reviewing everything so far,
Oh, I
it really
appreciate
does seem that either
Oh,
Rebecca
thank
or
you.
Emma may have had some involvement with Daniel's death.
There's no way. And I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that either one of them did this.
Now, Charles, I can completely understand why you would feel like that, okay? I really do. But we have to look at the facts, Charles. Now, as of right now, Rebecca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted for. They're also both very aware that that front door has a security camera which could have recorded them. They also have keys to the house, so they could have entered through that rear door. But most importantly, Charles, they both have a motive.
What possibly could be Rebecca's motive?
Charles, Rebecca is aware of the abuse that her mom has experienced, okay? She went to the
Tell
hospital.
him.
She saw firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never lays a finger on her mother again? Well, simply end his life.
Kill him.
Problem solved.
Simple as that.
That's ridiculous. That's your
Mm.
motive? Heck, you might as well consider me the one that killed him. I mean, I care about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her. So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well,
Maybe.
possibly.
Oh my God, wow. Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, Charles, you might be right, okay? You might. Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this. But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at her. Now, she's a mom. She seems to be a really good person who seems to care a lot about her daughter.
Yeah.
Now, we know that Daniel not only threatened to kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent. Wouldn't you want to protect your child in a situation like that?
I mean, of course I would. I mean, she's my daughter too. So I'm in the same exact situation as Emma. But I'm not going to kill someone.
Well, Charles, maybe not. Okay, but the difference between you and Emma is that at least your time is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel. All right? Well, then we got to go back to Rebecca. And if Emma, or even you for that matter, knew that Rebecca had killed Daniel, well, wouldn't you do your absolute best to protect her? Wouldn't you lie and do everything that you could to cover it up?
No, I wouldn't, and neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to believe, man.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all that time with them, do you think either one of them is capable of murder? I mean, do you believe that?
Truthfully, Charles, I don't.
Yeah, actually,
well,
I do.
regardless of what you think, the answer is no. It's a 100% no.
Well, Charles, since you seem to be so adamant about it not being Rebecca or Emma, why don't you tell me, what do you think happened?
I already told you what I think.
Well, Charles, please refresh my memory.
I brought it up earlier today, and you seemed pretty dismissive of it then. But I still think this guy might have taken his own life. Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress, and we know he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he did to Emma. Like, no sane person reacts that way. And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I got to be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation?
Good
Because it seems like it might
point,
be a
Has.
bit more than that.
I
Good
don't know.
point.
All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
He keeps deflecting it
Charles,
onto
that
Janice.
is
They
the-
keep going back at each other.
Look,
Because
we're going to
Janice,
take a short break, all right? I want to mull this over, okay?
I don't know if she really tried to. Well, she kind of did because she said it was a man. She tried to say, "Oh, it was a man that I saw leaving out the back door," and she's like, "Oh, I don't really know Charles that well. I really haven't even spoken to Charles."
Okay, he's being real defensive of Rebecca and Emma. But I honestly can't blame him.
Yeah.
I do have to admit, I can't picture either Rebecca or Emma being capable of taking someone's life.
Yeah.
But as I told him earlier, crazier things have happened for sure.
For sure.
And what do you think about his Janice theory?
I don't
He
buy it.
seems pretty convinced that Janice may have been involved. But why bring it up now?
Yeah,
Is it to protect himself and his family?
I think so.
Or is there actually some legitimacy to his theory? Well, either way, let's see if we can trip him up. To be honest, I'm pretty drained.
Yeah.
All these interviews today are starting to blur together.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Work your magic one last time. See if you can find any evidence that pokes holes in his statement. I know we gotta have something. All right, give me a call when you
Okay,
got
this
something.
is a
Talk
continuation
soon.
with Charles Humphreys. Now,
It's
Charles,
the
I
last.
know
This
that
is the
you've been
last
here
time
for quite
we
a while
we
today,
find some
so I'm gonna
contradictory
do
evidence.
my best to get right to the point, all right?
Okay.
Right, I appreciate that.
Of course.
This is gonna blow
Now,
this case
after
up.
reviewing everything so far, it really does seem that either Rebecca or
Janice said it was a man because she didn't want Emma to get any heat. Maybe not specifically to target Charles.
Emma
That
may
is
have
true.
had some
That is
involvement
true.
with Daniel's death.
There's no way. And I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that either one of them did this.
Now, Charles, I can completely understand why you would feel like that, okay? I really do. But we have to look at the facts, Charles. Now, as of right now, Rebecca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted for. They're also both very aware that that front door has a security camera which could have recorded them. They also have keys to the house, so they could have entered through that rear door. But most importantly, Charles, they both have a motive.
What possibly could be Rebecca's motive?
Charles, Rebecca is aware of the abuse that her mom has experienced, okay?
Mhm.
She went to the hospital.
Nothing
She
contradictory
saw
about that.
firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never lays a finger on her mother again? Well, simply end his life. Problem solved.
That's ridiculous. That's your motive? Heck, you might as well consider me the one that killed him. I mean, I care about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her.
Yeah.
So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
Possibly. Yeah.
Oh
You
my
could have
God,
a.
wow. Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, Charles,
Okay.
you might be right, okay? You might.
Okay.
Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this. But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at her. Now, she's a mom. She seems to be a really good person who seems to care a lot about her daughter. Now, we know that Daniel not only threatened to kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent. Wouldn't you want to protect your child in a situation like that?
I mean, of course I would. I mean, she's my daughter too. So I'm in the same exact situation as Emma. But I'm not going to kill someone.
Well, Charles, maybe not. Okay, but the difference between you and Emma is that at least your time is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel. All right? Well, then we got to go back to Rebecca. And if Emma, or even you for that matter, knew that Rebecca had killed Daniel Well, wouldn't you do your absolute best to protect her? Wouldn't you lie and do everything that you could to cover it up?
No, I wouldn't, and neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to believe, man.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all that time with them, do you think either one of them is capable of murder?
Could
I mean,
be.
do you believe that?
Could be.
Truthfully, Charles, I don't know.
Well, regardless of what you think, the answer is no. It's a 100% no.
Well, Charles, since you seem to be so adamant about it not being Rebecca or Emma, why don't you tell me, what do you think happened?
I already told you what I think.
Well, Charles, please refresh my memory.
I brought it up earlier today, and you seemed pretty dismissive of it then.
Okay, here's
But
where
I
this
still
is
think
this
this
is what we
guy
need
might have
here.
taken his own life. Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress, and we know he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he did to Emma. Like, no sane person reacts that way. And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
Yeah.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I got to be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation? Because it seems like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
All right, well, Charles, that is noted. Look, we're going to take a short break.
I don't know. I think it's gonna be Janice's statement and somebody else's. So let's just try. Okay. That didn't work.
All right, I want to mull this over, okay?
All right.
I don't know what can really contradict it. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but did it look like Rebecca and Emma sounded surprised when Janice and Charles were both seen entering the house? Like they only were expecting one of them to be seen on camera. That is true. They were both surprised. Especially Becca. Becca was more surprised than Emma. What if that's what it is? Let me try their statements. Emma and Becca. That didn't work. Damn, I thought that was actually gonna work. Emma and we tried Janice. That is a really, really good point. Like, he didn't really say anything that I can use as contradictory evidence. Maybe the footage. Maybe the footage is one of them. The footage of Janice and his statement. One of their statements. No. I don't know. Like, I don't know, and it's driving me crazy.
Okay.
I mean, what could be so contradictory that we can hit him with, like, on this note? Like,
sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I gotta be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation? Because it seems like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
All right, well, Charles, that is noted. Look, we're going to take a short break, all right? I want to mull this over, okay?
All right.
All right.
I don't know. I'm about to start mashing buttons at this point. I don't know. I don't know. And I know this is the last one. So like I don't know. I don't know. It bothers me that the sleeping pills still haven't been addressed. Yeah, like they should have been addressed a long time ago. We might have to cheat here, guys. Like, because my brain is fried at this point. This interview has been. I don't even know what I just picked.
Hey. Well, shit.
I don't even know what I just
feel
picked,
like
to be
an
honest.
idiot. Now that you point these things out, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I
I really can't believe I spaced on the autopsy report.
I don't know.
Like I said, I'm pretty wiped. I'm definitely
Who
not
you
100%.
telling, Martin?
Good thing I got you working with me, though, right?
Yeah.
Look, I know I've said this before, but I really do appreciate you.
We worked
I mean that.
so hard on it. We
You know,
really did.
I gotta say, we're a pretty damn good team.
Yeah,
Alright, let me
I'm
get
a
back
pretty
to it.
good partner. You're not
Bye.
wrong, Martin. I'm a damn good partner. All right, man. It's time to close this case out. I mean, this is it. The gloves are off. It's time to fucking put this shit to rest.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want to dig right back into this, all right? I want to go over a few things that you had stated earlier, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, I want to revisit this theory of a possible suicide. Now, that has been mentioned a few times today, and I'm realizing that I've only shared secondhand information. So Charles, I want you to take a look at this, all right? Now, that is an official copy of the autopsy report. Now, I want you to look at the section labeled Final Diagnosis, right there. Now, you'll see there that it states that suicide is considered highly unlikely.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a suicide. I'm still not 100% convinced, though.
Well, to be fair, Charles, you are not the person that needs to be convinced. Now, regardless, let's move on to your other theory, okay? And that being Janice and her possible involvement.
Yeah, let's
Now,
move on to
I
that.
have to admit, I did have some similar thoughts to you when I spoke with Janice earlier today. Now, I didn't get, any weird vibes or anything like that, but her past certainly does not do her any favors, especially in this situation. And then after hearing you mention the way that she acted when the two of you met, well, yeah, that did raise my suspicions a bit more. But see, Charles, there is a problem here.
And that is?
Well, see, according to Janice,
See, the problem
the two
here
of
is,
you
Charles,
never actually
you're a
met.
fucking murderer.
In fact, she claims that she doesn't know anything about you.
And you believe her?
Charles, I don't know what to believe, all right?
Honestly.
But her statement does seem to contradict yours, so someone is lying to me. Now, she also stated that she saw someone flee the house through the back door at the exact same time that she entered the house.
So she was the person that entered the house before me. And that's why the door was unlocked?
That is correct.
Yep.
Well, who did she see?
We
Well,
don't know.
see, that's the thing, all right? She wasn't able to make out who that
Crazy,
person
right?
was, so
Crazy that
unfortunately,
she
that part is still a mystery.
just
Now,
saw
Charles,
this
there
blur
is
of a
one
person.
other thing to note here, all right? Somehow, Rebecca seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking very heavily that day.
Yeah.
All right. Now that is not
And sleeping
typical
pills,
behavior for
Martin.
Daniel, okay? At least based on what I've gathered so far. Now, she did say that this was just an assumption, all right? But I got to say that assumption was pretty damn accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you
Crazy
were there,
how
right?
she
You saw
knows
all
that.
booze.
Ain't that
So,
crazy?
What do you think? Do you still believe in this Janice theory?
Yes, I do. Even more so now. I think she played you big time.
Really? And why would you say that?
Look, as you just mentioned, Janice went in the house before me. I mean, she could literally say anything she wants to clear her name. There are no witnesses. I mean, she could be lying about seeing someone flee. I mean, what proof do you have that any of this actually happened? What, Janice's word? Do you think a convicted murderer is going to tell the truth?
It ain't
Of course
Janice.
not. They're going to lie about everything.
It's not
I
Janice.
mean, why in the world would you believe anything that she has to say?
There's multiple
what
reasons
has
as
she
to
done
why it's
during
not
your trial?
Janice.
Well, honestly, nothing. But if she did kill Daniel, then why are her prints not on that gun?
She could have easily wiped the gun down and placed it in Daniel's hand. I mean, did you find anybody else's prints on the gun?
No, we did not.
Well, there you go.
You seemed like a little anxious to
All right, your
hear that answer.
theory about Janice is certainly a possibility, okay? Maybe she is lying. But see, if we go with that, then we really do need to explore all possibilities, Charles, and that includes you.
You already know that Janice went in the house before me, and you know that I have absolutely nothing to do with this.
Do I really know that, though?
Yes, you do.
See, Charles, I don't know, okay? I don't know, because we are both aware that you are very capable of putting on a very good performance.
What are you talking about?
Charles, I am talking about that little performance that you put on for the security camera, in which you tried to make it seem like the reason that you were at Daniel's house was because you were there to pick up some of Emma's belongings. Now, what is there to say that you weren't the one that entered through the back door? I mean, you could have easily gotten the keys from either Emma or Rebecca, right? You go inside the house, okay? You kill Daniel. You're the one that wipes down that gun. You put the gun in Daniel's hand.
You
to
were
try
in
to
there
make
for
it seem like a
4.5
suicide,
minutes.
And then that's when you hear someone at that front door. Now, in a panicked state, you flee, okay? And you're in such a rush that you forget to shut that back door. Now, here's the good part. You later come back to the house, all right? You
Yeah.
come back to make it seem like you were there for a completely different reason. Now, you
Cover it
know
up.
that front door has the security
That's what
camera,
I'm
and
fucking
it's
talking
gonna
about,
record
Martin.
you, which is great for you because
Look at him.
now
He's getting
we can
uncomfortable.
account for your time. So you enter the house, You come back out with some of Emma's belongings, hence making it seem like that was the reason for your visit.
Yep.
So yeah, Charles, maybe you are right. Maybe Emma and Rebecca have nothing to do with this. Maybe they are simply trying to protect you. So what do you think about that theory, Charles?
I think you have an incredible imagination. And I think you'll make up whatever shit you have to close this case. That's what I think. But I am done cooperating with you. I'll speak to you again when I have an attorney.
Yeah, I bet you
But
fucking
for
will.
now, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Charles, did you kill Daniel?
No, and I told you we're done.
All right.
Fucking liar.
Well, look,
You're
Charles,
a
you don't
fucking
have
liar.
to answer any more questions today, okay? But you do need to stay at the station for just a little while longer, right? Now we are almost done, and then you can go home, all right?
Whatever, that's fine.
All right.
You're a goddamn murderer, and everybody fucking knows it. Everybody fucking knows it.
Okay, that went somewhat well, I guess. But now we got both he and Emma wanting to lawyer up.
Yep.
I think we're at the end of our rope here. We need to make a decision.
Bring in Janice.
There is a lot to consider here. Many possibilities of what could have happened, but ultimately, there is only one chain of events that's correct. You've got plenty of evidence and footage to steer you in the right direction. I trust you to put the pieces together. But let's make sure we get this right. First, I want you to look things over carefully and let me know who you think committed this murder. Once we've nailed that down, we can discuss things further. All right. Take your time and get back to me. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Where the fuck is Phil when you need him? Okay. Where the fuck is Phil when you need him? Ah. All right. So then we have 4 choices. Rebecca, Charles, Emma, Janice. What do we think? Because we have a lot of evidence against a lot of them, to be quite honest. We got he's definitely still balding. We got one person saying that Charles. I think Charles is a very valid option. Here's my theory, right? Number one, first thing I'm gonna do, crossing Janice off. Couple reasons why. Number one, she's on parole, so she ain't going back. She ain't going back. Number two, she was pretty upfront about things when pressed. There was a few moments where she lied, but once we called her out on it, she was pretty firm and open about it. Statistically, she couldn't really be there at the time that it happened. She has text messages saying, I heard a loud bang, multiple things. I don't think it was Janice. I think we can pretty much cross that off the list. Charles is Charles is a pretty big suspect, in my opinion. And so is Rebecca. I think that Emma I don't think it's Emma. And here's why. Number one, she has a fucked up elbow. Now, could she have killed him in his sleep, which is probably what happened, right? She could have. But shooting a gun with a fucked up elbow is not an easy thing to do, regardless of if he's asleep or not. Shooting him in the stomach is not going to kill him instantly. There's going to be a brief moment where Daniel would wake up and probably physically try to, handle the situation. You try to get the gun out of the person's hands, something like that. So there wouldn't be a good that Emma would be able to subdue him during that. Now, that leaves us with Charles or Becca. Charles does seem really sus because the theory of him coming through the back door you know what? I don't think that he knew about the cameras. I actually don't think he knew about the cameras. Because if he knew about the cameras, he wouldn't have lied about not seeing Daniel days prior. Because he would have known it was on the security cameras. Didn't know that. He had no motive to go through the back door. There was no reason for him to go through the back door. Which leads me to believe Becca is our murderer. Called out of school. Called out of work. Clearly has a disdain for Daniel, victim of this murder. Try to pin him as a abusive alcoholic. Multiple times, Emma stated that this wasn't an everyday thing. He wasn't a partier, he wasn't an alcoholic, and he wasn't a physical abuser. But Becca pinned him to be. She is really upset that Daniel has replaced Charles's spot. She wanted him gone. Now, is there a possibility that Daniel did dislocate or flung her on the ground? Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that might have been the last straw for Becca. I think that might have been the last straw. She was there when it happened. She was at the hospital. She saw how distraught her mother was. And I think her story is too good to be true. And did you notice how she had an answer for everything? As if she had already thought about all of this. Not only that, she's really intelligent. So I think we're going to lock it in. I think we're locking it in with Becca. Let's do it.
Hey. Okay, so you think Rebecca killed Daniel, huh?
Yep.
You know, I actually think you hit the nail on the head here. I do trust your judgment. And even though she doesn't seem like she has it in her, it really does seem that she's the one that killed him. Now, I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a fairly decent picture of what actually happened.
Yep.
Even if there are a few holes that still need to be filled. But listen, what I'm about to say stays between you and me, okay?
Okay.
Considering everything that went down with her mom and Daniel, and the reasons Rebecca would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder. She may be able to get out of this in court, but she could very well end up in prison for a very long time. And honestly, I'm not sure that she deserves that. Her life could be ruined at such a young age.
Yeah.
Now,
Fair, Martin.
what I'm about to
Showing
say
some
can get us in
compassion.
some pretty deep shit. Maybe even fired.
What?
But I can always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let her go home. And if we're pushed to continue the investigation later, well, then we'll deal with it at that time. But for now, we can let her go. I'm really not sure what to do here. This whole situation is just really complicated. Now, your decision making has been great so far, so I'll follow your lead on this one as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Rebecca, or if you want me to let her go. I'm willing to accept responsibility for our actions, regardless of what we do. Just be prepared to do the same.
The fuck are you talking about, Martin?
All right, talk to you soon.
Martin, she killed a man. She killed him. And you want me to let her go? I don't know what to say. Chat? What do you guys want to do? Do you I don't want to give any spoilers away, but I got an achievement for picking the right person. We hit the nail in the coffin. Rebecca killed him. I personally think it would be crazy to let her go. But if that's what you guys want, I will let her go. And it's just another murderer on the streets. You would also let her go? Bro. She's a murderer. Where is y'all's sense of justice? That's crazy. I was not expecting you guys to want to let her go. I thought you guys were gonna say lock her up. We solved the case. He wasn't a good dude. She was doing the right thing by her mom. She's young. Let her have this one. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's nuts. Honestly, I would let her go mostly because of how young she is. Wow. Okay. Martin, this is going to get us fucking fired.
Okay. I'm with you on
Where,
this one.
Martin, if you
We'll let Rebecca go and not charge anyone.
if you
I'm
tell
sure
a
this was a
fucking
tough
soul,
call to make, but I respect your decision here. She was clearly trying to protect herself and her mom. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with her methods at all. But in this type of situation, yeah, I do understand. She's also got her whole life in front of her. Why ruin her life at such a young age, right?
yeah, why the fuck are we doing this on the phone?
All right, I guess that's it then.
You couldn't come in the
Let me
office?
inform them all that they can go home. I'll do one last formal recording in the interview room to document this, and then we'll call it a wrap. All right, let me take care of these things, and we'll talk one last time before you head home.
Yo, eh.
Okay?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You're doing a recording? What are you doing, Martin? What are you doing? Don't do it. Do not do what I think you're about to do. Do not do what I think you're about to do.
This is Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. This recording is for documentation purposes. Today's interviews were part of the Daniel Murphy investigation. After reviewing all evidence, as well as all statements made today, I have found that there is not enough probable cause to bring forth any charges. As such, all interviewees have been released for the time being. I'm going to send this case over to the district attorney's office and let them take it from there. This concludes today's interviews.
I just realized I had never turned around once. Dude, if you could make your own note. You can? Fuck. God damn it.
All right, well, I guess that's that. Look, I know you know this, but it needs to be repeated. This decision, it stays between us.
Yeah, no shit.
Seriously.
You're the one that fucking brought it
If
up.
word gets out about what we just did, we are absolutely fucked. And I'll
Yeah.
be straight with you. I'm not sure we made the right decision here,
I'm not either.
but I'm also not sure it's the wrong decision either.
True.
Regardless, the decision has been made. I got your back and I know you got mine.
This line
Let's
is
keep it that way.
fuck. Everything's
Thanks for
being
all the hard work you
recorded, you
put in today.
idiot.
I appreciate you, my friend. I really do. Until next time, okay?
Yep.
Take care.
Yep.
Bye.
Another day on the job. I'm locked in. This was a setup. It was me the entire time they were trying to get. Whew, we're good. These are the results when you ask to seek the truth. You got 4 to 6 correct. View individual results. Selecting yes will reveal spoilers. Emma, correct. Charles, 1, incorrect. I know because of the achievements, and we got the last one with Emma was incorrect. When we pressed Charles, it was incorrect. When we pressed Emma on the last one, that was incorrect. There we go. Case files behind closed doors. Not bad. Not bad. I think it went a little long, but that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that because it did build a good story. I think they could have juiced it up a little bit, and I wish that they would have allowed you to pause while the interview was going on, but that would have taken away from the immersion, I think. There was a lot of times where I wanted to speak, and I think they could have made it to where you could have like pushed Martin in a certain direction more without it just being right or wrong. I think there could have been many ways that you could have like asked these type of questions, whether it be in like a good way, like a nice way or a mean way. I think they could have done a lot more with the options. Obviously, that would have taken a lot more time and resources to do it that way, but I think they could have done it, and it would have been really, really nice. Wait, what if can we replay the ending and then see what would have happened if we would have charged her? Is that possible? I just want to see what he says. That's all I want to see. Martin, I swear to God,
Hey.
you better keep your word.
Okay, so you think Rebecca killed Daniel, huh? You know, I actually think you hit the nail on the head here. I do trust your judgment. And even though she doesn't seem like she has it in her, it really does seem that she's the one that killed him. Now, I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a fairly decent picture of what actually happened, even if there are a few holes that still need to be filled. But listen, what I'm about to say stays between you and me, okay? Considering everything that went down with her mom and Daniel, and the reasons Rebecca would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder. She may be able to get out of this in court, but she could very well end up in prison for a very long time. And honestly, I'm not sure that she deserves that. Her life could be ruined at such a young age. Now, what I'm about to say can get us in some pretty deep shit. Maybe even fired. But I can always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let her go home. And if we're pushed to continue the investigation later, well, then we'll deal with it at that time. But for now, we can let her go. I'm really not sure what to do here. This whole situation is just really complicated. Now, your decision-making has been great so far, so I'll follow your lead on this one as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Rebecca, or if you want me to let her go. I'm willing to accept responsibility for our actions, regardless of what we do. Just be prepared to do the same.
Have you ever played
right, talk to you
Unheard?
soon.
I have not. What is that? What is Unheard? I'm just quickly changing the battery. Because it be dead. Let's see. Okay. Do you want to charge Rebecca? Yes. Now, guys, we didn't charge her. I just wanted to see what Martin would say.
Hey. Okay, let's charge Rebecca. I'm with you.
Are you?
Like I said earlier, I think you hit the nail on the head here. All the evidence really does point to her. It's just unfortunate that she's gone and screwed up her life at such a young age.
It is.
But I guess actions do have consequences, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm sure this was a hard decision to make.
Yeah.
I respect your judgment. Sometimes we just gotta do what's right, no matter the circumstance.
Yeah.
I get it.
Martin's just.
All right, let me grab Rebecca and formally charge her. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah. It is what it is. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, after reviewing all of the evidence and the statements made today, I am officially charging you with the murder of Daniel Murphy. Now, Rebecca, did you hear what I just said to you?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
So is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today before we take you into custody?
I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
Really?
So Rebecca, I don't understand what do you mean by you didn't mean to kill him? Oh, come on, Rebecca. No more games, no more lies, all right? Just tell me exactly what happened, please.
Okay. me and my dad were driving back to his house the night that Daniel threatened to kill me and my mom. I told my dad I wasn't comfortable with him having a gun inside the house because I thought he was going to do something stupid and try and kill me or my mom, kill both of us. So I told my dad that I wanted to go to the house in the morning and check if Daniel was there. And if he wasn't, I wanted to go inside the house and try and find the gun and take it. Obviously, my dad was not okay with that idea, and he told me not to do it. And I told him that I wouldn't do it. I told him I wouldn't go.
But you didn't listen to your dad, and you went there anyways.
Yeah. I went back the next morning, kind of early, like, I think it was like between 8:30 and 9. I was just checking to see if he was there. And when I checked, his car wasn't in the driveway like it usually was. So I thought, okay, this is the perfect opportunity. And I didn't want to be seen on the front security camera. So I went through the back. Like I said, I thought he wasn't home, but to my surprise, he was. He was passed out on the living room couch. There was alcohol everywhere. But the gun was sitting right there on the coffee table. So I went to grab the gun. And when I grabbed the gun, that's when he woke up. And it happened, everything happened really fast. He got up, he charged at me, he was grabbing me, he was trying to grab the gun. And somehow we just ended up in the bedroom. And we struggled for a few seconds, and the gun went off. And he dropped, and he stopped moving. And that was it. That's what happened.
And then you placed the gun in his hand to try and pass it off as a suicide. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I did. I tried to make it look that way.
And I'm assuming that you wiped down the gun to remove the fingerprints. Is that correct?
Yeah. I used my shirt the best that I could. And before that, I tried to put things back that had fallen during our struggle because I didn't want it to look like anybody else was in the house that day. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if it was going to work. I was scared. And as I was putting the gun in his hand, I heard the front door open. I didn't know who it was. I thought maybe it was my dad and that maybe he had come to try and find the gun and take it instead of me, but I honestly
Why
didn't
was
know who
Janice
it
in such a
was.
panic?
So I left. I left as fast as I could, and I went out through the back door, and that's why the back door was left open. I didn't have time to shut it. I was scared.
So did you tell your parents about all this?
No, I haven't told anybody. You're the only person who knows, and it was an accident. It was a genuine mistake. I didn't mean to do any of this. I didn't mean to shoot him.
Well, look, I am sorry for everything that you had to go through, okay? I really am. Now, the unfortunate truth is that I do have a job that I have to do, okay? And that means that we do have to take you into custody. Now, you will be able to, explain all of this in court, and I do hope that things will actually, go your way. I do. All right, but for now, yeah, I need you to stand up, all right? I need you to stand up for me, okay? I need you to turn around, okay? I need you to put your hands directly behind your back, all right? You stay just like that, Rebecca. All right, you can sit down.
I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry. sorry. It was an accident. And you have to believe me when I say that.
I know. Now, I am going to go get some officers, okay? And they will be able to escort you out of here properly, all right? All right.
That's it. You heard it here first. Oh,
Well, it looks like we successfully solved this case, huh? Great
yeah.
job.
Yeah.
All your hard work today really paid off.
Yep, I
But
feel
wow.
really good about it.
If she was telling the truth just now, then what happened to her is pretty screwed up. And sadly,
Yeah.
something she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
But again, that's if she was actually telling the truth. Was it self-defense? I have no idea.
I don't know.
The only person that knows that for sure is Rebecca herself. But what we do know is that she is the one that pulled the trigger that killed Daniel Murphy. The rest is up to the courts to decide. Again, great job. Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you, Martin.
Until next time, my friend.
Till next
I'll
time.
talk to you later.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. There it is.